Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This stream, I don't know how long it'll be, but I do know one thing. I have accomplished something grand. If you'll attend with me over here, I did clear out some of the water here to make it so fewer Endermen will trouble us inside, but we have acquired much. Damn it. Really? Come on, I'm trying to be epic right now. I'm trying to be cinematic. I just can't land on it. Ha! Wait. Four. That's 9. Okay, so that is 9 by 9. What? Scam! Gah. Okay, so Resistance 5 is supposed to be immortality. I was not prepared for this. It's still damage resistance. Just not immortality. Oh, wait! Okay. Close enough. uh, is the blessing of David. That reminds me, do we have a sun or solar block of any kind? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Gotta do the whole interior of this place. I need more lava crystal blocks for the ring there. Some kind of big crystal design. 4 different biome sections, different features. The center with fog effects, glass. So. I'm gonna go plant my my chorus. Wait, what? Glad I checked. I will need to do void around here somewhere. That is an interesting sound effect. Suppose we'll need to go and actually get more endstone for all of this. Could do that this stream. Just lay out the basic terrain for the end. Should get a pathway set up first, though. Something recognizable. How did you even get in here? Oh, there's the goddamn. Okay. Okay, with the mega torch just being right there, I think this is low enough. It'll be fine. I should probably. Surround. It's all of this to get rid of. Okay, this looks terrible, but not sure how much more work I can really put into this without. Still not done. Of course. Oh, I never unmuted speech chat. There we go. It'd still show up, it just wouldn't say anything. So. I know I didn't miss anything. Why? They're vulnerable, but you still freeze. Okay. What the hell? Did I just turn my shaders off? There we go. I can also hurt you. I wonder if that means strength would let you do damage through resistance 5. Like the normal strength potion. What did you do? Why do I have so many garbage bows? What the hell? Okay. What you doing there, Vars? I will wait for your resistance to wear off and do unspeakable things. I even gave you golden apples, man. You would need to do around 2,000 to kill me. After... Praise the sun. Praise David. This is a lie, by the way. I would just use the hook launcher to connect myself to the void ceiling. Somewhere else. Place of peace and divinity. What the fuck was that? Did you just super jump? Did you just super jump? What the fuck was that? Funny about that. D&D isn't obscure anymore. It's mainstream. Anyway. Time to go get some end stone. Let me grab the haste ring, just in case I need that in order to insta-mine end stone. I gave you extra HP by That would actually be a pretty useful tool to have, actually. I'm gonna toss out some of this crap. I'm gonna put the brambles in the flower chest, I think. Had a flower barrel, like. Man threw himself in jail. I don't know what you're getting angry at me for. Let's restock on fireworks. Okay, should be good. Just need to grab some XP real quick. You are empty. Someone robbed us. If I have the ring. Oh, beautiful. It's a shame there's no ores or anything for me to be mining for in the end here. It's just the end zone itself. Oh, I guess I can get obsidian while I'm here too. Break down the pillars. Oh, right! I forgot that's something I can do. this so much. Yeah. What am I looking at? About 6,000. Let's go. The fact that they made them make gas noises so frequently bothers me a lot more than the fact that they make gas noises. They do not need to cry out every 2 seconds, man. Whoever makes Divine RPG on the 0% chance that you're listening, please fix that. I will have a perfectly smooth layer of missing earth. Oh, right, that reminds me. Is anyone actually watching right now? Let me check. I need someone's opinion on something. Okay, it says one person is watching. All right, let me know what you think of this song. Let me disable repeats. Back to 0 seconds. thoughts? Yeah, turn my volume back on here. I'm unsure if it's actually done, is the main consideration there. Is it too much? Is it not enough? Is it too repetitive and it should be shortened, maybe? I love it, but I also like listening to the same song on loop for like 4 hours, so, you know. I remember doing a playthrough of 7 Days to Die where I listened to one song the entire time. I'm not the best person to judge if something is too long or repetitive. It's literally against the uniform code. Not the uniform code of military justice, but the code of uniforms. Oh, cool, a reason for me to actually visit Spawn once in a while. Just hoover up stacks and stacks of iron. I almost definitely have enough at this point. This is gratuitous, but I mean I can always just store the excess endstone. Oh, that's a good point. This could be an Enderman spawning platform. So even when it's done, it'll have a use. You just make a small area that's only 2 high, and then Enderman won't be able to... Alright, I'm done. Yes, I am that easily infuriated. That does sound miserable. Alright. Should be more than enough of that. Are there any special blocks I can make out of anything? Irrelevant. Obviously the shulker boxes are there. Dread lamps. Interesting. Oh, can I make fake bedrock? No. Interesting. Yeah, that's totally useful. Okay, there's gonna be all the different shulker variants of whooping obsidian. The fuck is whooping obsidian? Google that. Let me make sure it has whooping in it. Did I spell that right? Yeah. So there's literally nothing on the internet that contains whooping in it. Really? Is it cracked into anything? No? Okay. Just a weird fucking block, I guess. More shulker stuff. Oh. If all the crystals have an obsidian variant, there might actually be one worth using. Because I'm looking for something to replace sunstone. And there's talking a little to work with. Oh, it's partially reinforced obsidian. Okay. That's why it shows up. Compressed obsidian. Enriched obsidian resistance 2. You know, if I wasn't already insanely broken, that might have been worth using. Bleeding obsidian? No, it's red. Darkstone. Shining obsidian. Okay, okay. I think shining obsidian is the best candidate, but what the fuck is darkstone used for? It's just a block. Okay. Because if crying obsidian is used to represent the moonstone for the fallen star, then I can use shining obsidian. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just make a single one of these just to verify that. Oh, I do like that. Okay, yeah. I don't know if that'll be enough, but if it's not, we have plenty more gold. What? Okay. Now I need to build in towards the center here. It's this block here. Okay. I need a sphere shape Minecraft sphere generator. Okay, let's go for definitely smaller than that. Oh yeah, I want a sphere, but I need a different size. How do I? Change that. Okay. Well, it needs to be in odd numbers. 21, I guess. 1,082 blocks. Is that what that indicates? Yes, that's what it indicates. So what about 19? 894. 17 doesn't look very impressive. So we'll just have to go up to the 1082 then. That's fine. Let's get the water down here. I do not have my bucket. Oh, I do. Okay. So if I'm doing 21 blocks, then I need to go down 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that'll help with my actually getting back up there. One, two, three, four. $1,024. That is 58 off. So we'll just do one stack and have a little left over. Alright. Oh. Should probably go deal with that at some point. Okay. Let's start at layer 1. We're looking for 7 across. So 1, 2, 3, and then it rounds out like that. Oh, right there. Okay. Up one layer. Okay, is that just 2 on every edge? No, it's not. It's that. Because this is 3. Not close enough. Oh god, I don't know. Speech chat isolated. God damn it. Keeping speech chat active while I'm doing other things kind of gets hard. Throw on some music as well. Or a video essay, whatever comes up first here. Oh, an H. Palmer guy video. and one I apparently didn't finish. I was 5 minutes short. Why not?
And now this
is H-Bomber's climate change video. I remember that.
Oh, you like your
deny
it. I had to ask because he's a good boy.
I don't like his Mortimer thing.
Hey friends, did you know that climate change is definitely real and definitely affected by human action? I had to ask because, well, some people deny that that's happening. And this video is about them. Now, I'm not here to pretend that there's a real debate in science about whether CO2 affects global temperatures or whether humans have a hand in it. The science is settled and the deniers are wrong.
Oh yeah, call them deniers to make them look bad. That's a classic straw man argument. They're not denying climate change, they're just skeptical that it's happening. See, it's actually very smart when you put it that way. And look how this degenerate refuses to engage in reasonable debate with people who disagree with him. That's not rational at all. How can the issue be settled if you haven't debunked your opponent's points?
Look, mate, I hate to be dogmatic, but I think any reasonable analysis of climate deniers has to contend with the extreme deficit of actual facts on the side of people who claim to be the ones who know the facts better than the actual researchers. When someone specifically positions themselves as pro-science and fetishizes the idea of reason, the fact they're being unreasonable is something that needs to be brought up. We're going to get into it, but if someone's evidence is so poor that even me, a gaming YouTuber who got peanut butter in his ear when he was setting up the first shot for this video, can see the holes in it, then something's really gone wrong here. So in this video, we're going to look at some prominent climate deniers, what they have to say, why what they say is clearly wrong, why they seem to believe it anyway, how people get to be climate deniers, and what we can do to make there be less of them. Nailed it! I suppose one thing you could do is just let the ice sheets melt. I mean, the problem would kind of go away if most of them drowned. Oh, I'm dying! Oh, I guess I was wrong! Oops! We're all gonna die! Now, climate denialism doesn't come in just one flavor.
So
no, like ogres, the issue has layers. And unlike ogres, climate deniers are not all-stars. Although the ice they skate is getting pretty thin, and the water's getting warm, so they might as well swim. Smash Mouth's All-Star was about climate change. Changed my mind! Deniers range from claiming the climate isn't actually changing at all, to admitting that the climate changes, but that humans don't have an effect, and it's probably just normal that things have got so warm lately, I'm sure it'll go back to normal soon, to claiming that CO2 doesn't really have an effect on the climate, to saying that even if it does, it's actually good for us since plants need CO2, to saying it's real but it's not that bad and scientists are exaggerating, to saying, well, look, I'm confused. A lot of people are saying a lot of different things, so I guess it's still up for debate and we shouldn't do anything. Ah, that's great. See, even cowards have a place in denialism. If you haven't heard of Ben Shapiro, then your YouTube recommendations bar is glitched out. Shapiro is a conservative commentator who's very popular with people who already agree with him, and he's really good at winning debates with teenagers who haven't finished university and don't have all the media training he has. He was editor-at-large of Breitbart for 4 years, and he's written 10 books about how it's the left's fault that conservatism keeps making things worse for everyone. He's a true intellectual gymnast, the kind that can write tweets decrying when the left talk about how they're on the right side of history, and then publish an entire book called The Right Side of History. Here he is, dipping his webbed flippers into the pool of climate change with his signature, Shapiro intellect.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
The classic. I remember this.
Just
one problem. Sell the houses to who? Ben? Fucking Aquaman. Okay, so 7-1.
It was watching this talk by Shapiro that got me wanting to look at and analyze climate denial in more detail. Because this absolute genius-brained idea that everyone affected by things like floods can just sell their homes to people who would love to buy a flooding house, apparently, and move somewhere else, well, it begs a lot of questions about how these people think. How have things reached a point where someone thinks they can get away with saying something this ridiculous in front of an audience of people? And how have things reached the point where some people in that audience won't recognize it for the obvious ignorant bullshit that it is? This led me down a particular hole of discovery. I realized that climate deniers aren't just wrong. They're obviously wrong, in very clear ways. And that makes the whole thing so much more interesting. How does this work if it's so paper thin? Take, for example, Stephen Crowder.
Stephen Crowder is a conservative political commentator, and Wikipedia tells me he's a comedian, which I'm glad they mentioned or I wouldn't have noticed. Crowder's YouTube channel is his special place to wax lyrical about topical conservative issues. He's a rational thinker who doesn't play by anyone's rules and will follow truth wherever it leads. Although it always seems to lead to whatever he wanted to believe in the first place. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that he never has to change his mind about anything. Crowder has a big beef with Bill Nye, as we've seen in the past, but that's a byproduct of his more general climate denial. Of course, Crowder denies being a climate denier. Crowder positions himself as a climate realist who acknowledges that the climate has changed and is changing. It's just not changing in the way that all the scientists say it does. In other words, he's denying the science, but in denial about denying the science. His most popular video on the topic has almost 2 million views and claims to debunk the top 5 climate change myths. We'll get to his others later.
Regarding this one first, however, he's wrong. This video and everything in it has been debunked repeatedly and epically by many people online on the internet already, so I'm not going to really do that too much.
Okay, you've noticed it by now. There's no avoiding it. When I was hitting the wall with the axe, I got a little bit of debris on my mouth, and I didn't notice it for a couple takes. Just try not to look at it, and we'll all get through it together.
What I want to draw attention to here is how blatantly wrong it is to anyone who's willing to do even a smidgen of research. One of the myths he tries to debunk is that the ice sheets are melting.
Number 2, you've heard this one everywhere. The ice sheets are melting!
If the ice sheets were melting, it would cause an increase in sea levels as all of the water in the ice makes its way into the oceans. It would also increase CO2 levels because CO2 is stored in ice and then escapes when it melts. It would affect the albedo of the planet, its ability to reflect the heat and light of the sun. It wouldn't just make things worse on its own, it would exacerbate the process by which things are getting worse. But don't worry, Stephen Crowder's done a picosecond of Googling, and he's decided that they're not melting. In fact, they're growing.
The Antarctic ice sheets are actually growing by billions of tons per year. Does that come to me from climate change denial /flatearthers.com? No, how about NASA? According to the new analysis of satellite data, the Antarctic ice sheet showed a net gain of 112 billion tons of ice per year from 1992 to 2001.
Oh,
Okay.
shit, he's using facts and
2, 2,
logic.
1.
Sound the alarms! Battle stations! Prepare for impact! Actually, one question. When you said ice sheets, that's a plural sound. Could it be that there's another ice sheet, say in Greenland, where the opposite is true and it's melting really quickly, and maybe there's a net loss of ice? I wonder what he'll say about... He doesn't bring it up. He doesn't just pretend Greenland doesn't exist.
According to the European Environmental Agency, between the years of 2002 to 2011, Greenland lost an average of 215 billion tons of ice per year. Then in 2012, it lost 500 billion. So if you do some quick maths there, you'll probably notice that even if Antarctica is growing at the rate Crowder says it is, which we'll get back to that later, over 100 billion tons of ice per year is now water in our oceans, which appear to be rising for some inexplicable reason. Look, if you live in Venice, just sell your house to the Innsmouth people and move away. It's fine.
There's also the slightly deeper problem that Crowder's point about the Antarctic ice sheets isn't actually true either. The article that he posts up links to a study in the Journal of Glaciology entitled "Mass Gains of the Antarctic Ice Sheet Exceed Losses." Note that it says Antarctic ice sheet because it's talking about the Antarctic ice sheet on its own and not the one in Greenland, which is melting.
The study was focused on a specific part of East Antarctica, which most climatologists agree is growing. The question has been how much, and whether this offsets the overall losses in West Antarctica, which is melting, and whether Antarctica overall is losing or gaining
Okay,
ice.
so
Linked in the
10,
description is a really interesting
11,
breakdown by
and
Shannon
12
Hall
are all
for Scientific
identical.
American.
So this-
No, Paul, not the blog section. An actual article exploring why other climatologists disagree with this particular study's findings. The study calculated the height of glaciers using methods which other scientists have argued is less accurate than other available ones, which presents a danger of the results having been thrown off. And furthermore, the study assumes that the height increase is all ice, whereas others would contend it is largely or partly snowfall, which is a whole lot less water. Other studies using different techniques conclude a much smaller increase, which means the net change in ice in Antarctica would be a loss and not a gain in ice. In other words, Crowder found basically the one study that contends that the mass gain exceeds the losses elsewhere in Antarctica, not net in terms of all the ice sheets, just in Antarctica. And when, that's it, that's the one proof. But tons of people disagree about this, and they have pretty good reasons to. I highly recommend you read the article for yourself, or, I mean, you could even read more than one thing before coming to a conclusion.
I could spend an hour on this paper, and maybe one day I will. Let me know in the comments. But we're pressed for time, so I will point out that the main
Layer
author of
13.
that paper is not just NASA.
How about NASA?
More than NASA work on things individual people with names do. The main author of the paper, Jays Wally, was interviewed in the Scientific American, and he had this to say. I'm actually going to read this in voiceover because I forgot to write it in my notes.
When our paper came out, I was very careful to emphasize that this is in no way contradictory to the findings of the IPCC report or conclusions that climate change is a serious problem that we need to do something about.
Even if, as Wally's paper is 100% accurate, which many of his associates have reasonable reasons to say is not correct, but even if, we're still net losing far more ice through the other sheets, and the author of the paper believes that climate change is in fact happening, he just thinks it hasn't started happening in Antarctica yet. And that actually does make some sense. The last thing to start melting would be the coldest place in the world, right? I just realized that I don't know if it's actually the coldest place. Pretend I said one of the most coldest places. Oh, I'm gonna weasel my way out of all of my mistakes. Oh, I learned it from watching you, Stephen!
Crowder's website is just full of this shit. The website is largely very short articles about how AOC is a demon, or healthcare is communism, or women's bodily autonomy is basically the Boxer Rebellion, usually ending in links to whatever video he did lately that's tangentially related to the subject. The articles themselves are authored by the site's editor, Courtney Kirchhoff. I hope it's not Kirchhoff. I could check how to pronounce her name, you know, do basic research, but I feel in the spirit of things I should just not fucking bother. One particular article that interests me is this one from March this year. Climate change fail! Melting glacier is growing again! The article is the usual waffle about how everything's always changing and therefore climate change isn't a threat or something. But the point it's dancing around is that a glacier that has been melting in the past is currently growing. Then there's another couple paragraphs of needless editorializing about how this proves there's nothing wrong with the climate, claiming that the melting was caused by human action is wrong because it's not melting anymore, weird pontificating about big government wanting to control people's lives, and a gif from Zoolander. In other words, it's the most educated piece of conservative journalism I've seen all year.
Hey, H-Bomber Guy here. Two things about this interest me. Firstly, just want to point out that there's no mention of Greenland in Crowder's website or in his videos at all until the exact instant they think they can find a mention of it that proves what they think is happening. Secondly, even though they think they finally found proof that things are better in Greenland, it's still just thinly disguised bullshit. The problem is the impression that Crowder and his website want
Next
to give.
is
Here's a graph of the mass of
721.
Greenland's ice sheets from late 2016 to January 2017. See?
Inside. So,
Just like she said, it's just a natural ebb and flow. Sometimes ice melts, but it comes back. See? It's almost gained back all of the ice that it melted in the same time. It's fine. But that's a weirdly specific span of time for someone to talk about, isn't it? Why would they just show you that? I mean, time goes back a little bit further than that, doesn't it? Let's zoom out a little bit further to, say, 2002. Oh, I forgot. These people are fucking liars.
Ice sheets regaining mass in the colder parts of the year isn't unexpected and is in fact part of the process. Unfortunately, not all the melted ice comes back. The news piece is about one glacier doing better than expected, but this doesn't offset the clear general trend. If you were to draw a line here and pretend you'd found evidence the sheets were growing back as fast as they'd been melting, you would be doing a lie. Courtney is doing a version of that, while also pretending one glacier disproves a wider trend that's been documented for decades.
The glacier is growing about as quickly as it was shrinking. Oh my god. The word about is doing some fucking legwork there, isn't it, Courtney? Every single time it's documented that an ice sheet or a glacier actually gains in size, there's always a conservative or some blogger willing to point at it and go, look, that proves there's not a problem. Look at this and only this. The science was lies. When the point isn't that sometimes there's more ice than there was before, or sometimes some of it comes back. The point is that, on the whole, there's less of it. We're losing more than we're gaining.
One glacier is not an entire ice sheet. It's not unexpected that ice sheets grow, and the clock on how big ice sheets used to be didn't start 6 months ago. If everything's proceeding as normal, where did all this fucking water come from, Courtney?
So, here's the thing. Let's think about this now. Crowder was wrong for a variety of reasons, one of which was so simple that all you had to do was point out that there's more than one ice sheet. The one on his website is debunked by zooming out on a graph. Nothing I've pointed out here is special or unique. Like I said, this stuff is obvious to anyone who's willing to read a paper for themselves or do almost any kind of critical thinking or fact-checking. What I want to draw attention to here is this obviousness itself. Because if Crowder cares about science and facts and reason and truth, etc., blah, 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 how did Crowder miss this? I think it would be a mistake to interpret this as pure ignorance.
A much better explanation is that Crowder's business model has nothing to do with finding the truth or rational discourse or raising anyone's consciousness. His business model is about serving a demographic of conservative people who already feel a certain way about the world, and the product he's selling is ideology. Crowder's work isn't about having a real debate or debunking the science. It's making an audience that thinks climate change is fake feel like they have a good reason to believe that. Crowder's audience is people who want their pre-existing beliefs validated. They don't actually want the truth. They want to feel like what they already think is the truth. And this, it turns out, is a profitable business model. Not just in terms of the ad revenue from the views you'll get when you're telling an audience what they want to be told and how smart they are for wanting to be told it, but also in terms of merchandising. Crowder doesn't sell brain pills, yet. He sells a mug to drink them out of. You know what's genius as well? You can't actually just fucking buy the mug, like on his store. No, his store's just, you know, the fucking shittest merch ever. We had to discount the socialism baby onesie. Our warehouse is full of onesies that no one would ever buy. If you want to get into Crowder's #mug club, Crowder does a daily show for Blaze TV, basically Netflix for conservatives, and they charge a subscription of $99 a year. But if you do it through Crowder's website, they send you this mug, made in China. So the mug
I can
costs
still touch
$99.
those
You can't
and just
actually
use them
buy
directly.
The
I
mug.
don't need
You
to make
cannot
them
buy the
into
mug.
the
You have
blocks.
to
Oh, what am I doing?
And this is the point, really. Crowder makes a decent living not having to do research, and instead serving an audience a
Why are those
piping hot
separate?
daily serving of confirmation of their beliefs, which they eat up uncritically, because the point isn't learning, it's reassurance that they were already right. And then they all take a sip in unison from the most expensive utensil they'll ever own, which they bought specifically to signal that they support Reason Man and taking back the media? Is Crowder just mad that Fox News dropped him from the network? Crowder's duplicitous falsehoods work specifically because the audience wants to believe them. Not because they're ignorant, but because they want to be. Crowder's specific grift is in using the right power words: truth, logic, rationality, reason, science, to mask this deliberate ignorance in a technicolor dreamcoat of intellect. So the incredibly poor work in his videos is because they know these people will eat it up and trust that they did the research for them, so they don't have to. The ignorance of the audience occurs because they're only ever fed this stuff by their favorite conservative news websites and YouTubers and influencers, so they never have to stop and look at the real facts. They're convinced they are. They're just further down a chain designed to only feed them facts that they want.
Once you're wired into the conservative echo chamber, follow conservative thinkers on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and read their news websites and buy their mugs and pills and books, you'll only ever come into contact with facts and information that happens to confirm your worldview. And we can see here just how easy it is to take a very specific thing that seems to confirm it, abstract away any inconvenient truths, and then present it as proof that you were already right and very smart and rational for believing it too. The work is shoddy and the holes are poorly wallpapered over with scaremongering about the dangers of big government Mino-like. Not because they're genuinely trying to convince outsiders to change their minds, it's to try and protect the insiders from having to change their minds.
If John Kerry and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are Earth's climate change archangels, then just let the motherfucker burn. Ah, finally, someone partaking in rational discourse. These people need to be taken seriously.
They have to invent a world where the problems that conservatism couldn't solve simply aren't really there. And frankly, I support this way of thinking. I would hate to have to live in the same world as horses. Weird, smug little pricks with their eyes and
The fuck happened to
teeth.
you?
But I've done some research, and it turns out that horses don't exist. Yay!
Man, the scale of the problem is so big, isn't it? I can see why the climatologists I know try not to bring the topic up too much in conversation. It's just depressing, especially if you agree with them, isn't it? Thinking about the scope of the problem. A lot of sweeping changes will have to be made very quickly on a large scale, or we'll be stuck in an uphill battle against the climate in the future. And given that we can't really personally bring about many of those changes on our own, what's really left to do on planet Earth other than wait to see what happens and run out the clock eating Nutella straight out of the jar?
Well, you could do that. And maybe sometimes you should. But Nutella is a sometimes food. And there are some things you can do about climate change, if you'd like to try.
Let's frame the void pits.
I'm cleaning it. I don't want to get on my hands later if I pick it up again.
Linked in the description is a great video by Simon Clark, a science YouTuber getting a PhD in climate physics, talking about what we ought to be looking into to deal with climate change. His suggestions take place on the level of what sources we use for power and changes in legislation of businesses whose actions directly affect the climate. I think this is important to recognize because I find a lot of people tend to embrace more personal solutions, like driving a more efficient car or using public transport or going vegan and so on. And it has to be acknowledged that these personal choices aren't the primary driver of climate problems in the first place. The wider policies are. It's very easy to give in to the idea that the solution lies in you reducing your personal emissions to create a sense of control and doing your part for this big and scary thing. But that effort maybe ought to be spent fighting to get the big things done, getting people thinking and providing support for meaningful changes.
Basically, just don't make it personal. Climate change isn't your fault. It's the Koch brothers' fault. Hey, Mortimer, what happened to my... Mortimer, no!
You know who else has lots of information about the environment? This video's sponsor, CuriosityStream. They've recently expanded their library and there's more than 2,400 titles there now, including Climate, a few degrees less, which breaks down the carbon cost of many key industries and what can be done to reduce them, and outlines the efforts of the Deep Decarbonization Pathways Project, a global consortium whose goal is to prevent future climate crisis. Access to CuriosityStream starts at $2.99 a month, which is less than a jar of Nutella will cost you and significantly better for your health. But if you sign up at curiositystream.com/hbomberguy and use hbomberguy as the promo code, the first 31 days are free, so you could watch documentaries and have a jar of Nutella. Although, you shouldn't eat Nutella out of the jar. That was actually really bad for you, don't. Then again, I can't criticize people's life choices. There's literally 2 empty eggshells from some soft-boiled eggs I had like 2 days ago just sitting on my desk directly under my mic. Like seriously, listen. I just broke an eggshell in my hand that's just there on my desk. So, look, there's some good documentaries out there. I need to go wash my dishes, I'm sorry.
Speaking of being a morally compromised corporate shill, it's time to talk about Patrick Moore.
Patrick Moore is a Canadian activist and environmentalist. Moore was the leader of Greenpeace Canada for about 9 years. Moore is also in the climate denial game, but he's playing it on nightmare mode. His specific stance is that carbon dioxide levels are affected by humans, but that an increase in CO2 is actually great. CO2 is what plants crave, after all.
CO2 is the most important nutrient for all life on Earth. So we've been skipping along on top of this low point for CO2 for a long time now, and it's about time somebody did something about it.
And so what if sea levels rise? Don't you know that humans are mostly water? We need it to live. It's good for us. Drink up, fucker.
It's like Carlin said, the reason people came into existence is because the Earth wants plastic.
Oh my god, he's doing George Carlin, but not for a joke.
And maybe the reason people came into existence is because the atmosphere wants a little more carbon dioxide for the plants. Who knows?
If only there were people whose job was to find out. Oh, you think those people are paid shills who are just pretending it might be caused by humans for money?
This is NASA at its worst. They do good things too, but they also collect over $1 billion in climate change research money from the federal government in the United States. And they do this. CO2 controls Earth's temperature to keep getting that funding.
Here he is complaining about a comedy sketch Bill Nye did lately on the basis that he's being so mean about CO2, he's demonizing it and hurting its feelings. Has anyone noticed the fire extinguisher on the table as the Earth burns? Many fire extinguishers are filled with CO2. The science guy could have put the fire out with carbon dioxide, which he wrongly demonizes as the cause of the fire. I hate to break it to you, Mr. Moore, but Bill Nye was employing an experimental technique some people might not have heard of before called a visual metaphor. I'm not sure if people have noticed, but this isn't actually literally happening to the planet. The Earth isn't actually on fire. What's actually happening is CO2 is contributing to trapping more heat in the atmosphere, causing a warming effect, which is tough to represent visually. When a fire extinguisher is used, the CO2 doesn't actually react with the fire directly to stop it from being fire. It actually displaces the oxygen that keeps the fire going, which helps extinguish it, with the secondary effect that the CO2 in the pressurized container is colder than room temperature, and therefore the CO2 is not a magic turn fire off gas. Having more in the atmosphere doesn't mean fires will go out easier. God damn it.
You're wrong, H-Bomber Lie. You can't have too much of something if it's good for you. Now watch as I consume enough brain force to surpass even Ben Shapiro's power.
No! Reasonableist bear! Don't! Your body can't take that much alertness and free thinking.
At the end of the clip, Bill tries to blow the fire out, but did you know that breath also contains carbon dioxide? Checkmate, globeheads. I just proved...
Oh no! He died from having too much IQ. Rest in peace. If you didn't like that character, he's dead. He's gone now.
Since quitting Greenpeace over differences in policy, and Greenpeace have done everything they can to distance themselves from him since he left, Moore has become a consultant for businesses that get a bad rap from environmental organizations. As a former higher-up at Greenpeace, Moore's a great catch for these industries. It's a compelling narrative. Here's someone who really did care about the planet, but he's come out against the people who say we're being unethical and saying that actually we're good. So we must be. Stephen Crowder's second and third most popular videos about the climate are interviews with Moore. He's also gone on PragerU as well to list off his regular talking points, but in an even more stilted manner. I think something's wrong with PragerU's teleprompter. This keeps happening when people go on. He's just a real get, you know? He's the guy from Greenpeace, and he says global warming's not real. We got him, we just have to keep quoting him. It's like we're right. We don't have to check or anything. They don't drag this guy onto everything because he's right, because he's not. They drag him on because they can say Greenpeace founder debunks climate in their video titles, and everyone who wants to believe this can go, oh, well, that sounds about right. And, you know, not actually check what he's saying or anything, which is all wrong. Basically everything he says about the climate can be debunked if you question it, but no one watching this is going to, are they? They think these people have already done it for them. Moore positions himself as the sensible environmentalist. You know, not like those senseless ones that accept the science and for some reason think we should do something about it. I suppose it is sensible, in one sense of the word, to take money from big companies to try to rehabilitate their image. I'm sure the Koch brothers pay very well. I hate to sound like I'm beating a dead dog here. But I wasn't joking when I said that. This talk here is at the Heartland Institute, a conservative and libertarian think tank dedicated mostly to opposing the scientific outlook on climate change. It receives a very large portion of its funding from the Koch Foundation, an organization founded and run by the Koch brothers, two incredibly wealthy ultra-billionaire oil barons who have spent literally decades spreading this kind of misinformation. It's almost as if this whole thing is just a bunch of rich people trying to hold on to their money by paying to spread lies. By the way, they're one of the main donors to PragerU and the Rubin Report. What a surprise. It's actually pretty clear why Moore's imagination immediately goes to being paid to support a scientific conclusion. After all, that is what he's doing.
Patrick Moore's denialism is wrong, and obviously wrong, because of course it is, and his corporate cheerleading is just immoral. But he goes one step further sometimes in a way that I find special. You see, with denialism and with general anti-science fakery, there's a line that you can't cross. There's a reason why a lot of these people say things like, oh, well, you know, I'm not an expert, but...
So here's my take on the climate change issue. On the climate change issue, I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert in reading the studies.
Don't worry, Ben. You didn't have to volunteer that information. It was already obvious. This tacit admission of potential ignorance is an important part of the trickery, because if you claimed to actually know what you were talking about, it would become crystal clear you were deliberately lying when it turned out you were so obviously wrong. But if you say you're an amateur, there's deniability. If Shapiro says something wrong, well, like he said, he hadn't looked that hard into it, and he's not an expert, so for all you know, he wasn't lying.
My purpose here is not at all to pretend to be a scientist, but to get you, the viewer, to think about real science.
I'm not pretending to be a scientist. I just want you to have a think about the one and only one piece of evidence I'm going to show you.
With bullshit, even with ridiculous bullshit, even with obvious lies, there is a line. I'm establishing this because, in 2014, Patrick Moore tripped on his own dick and fell all the way through the line and onto a live rail and electrocuted himself. Metaphorically, of course. I'm sure a lot of you know what I'm referring to here. It's the thing Patrick Moore is known for more than anything now. I'm referring, of course, to the weed killer incident.
Okay, so some background here. There's a product called Roundup, which was originally produced by Monsanto but has later been acquired by Bayer. It's based on a chemical called glyphosate, a chemical Monsanto discovered and patented, and it's the most used herbicide in the United States, and on the planet for that matter. However, there is some evidence that Roundup causes cancer if you come into heavy, repeated contact with it. There isn't evidence, to my knowledge, that crops treated with it become dangerous to eat, or that limited domestic use is dangerous in this regard, but farmers who use it in large amounts and other agricultural workers like groundskeepers have an increased likelihood to be diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of blood cancer. Roundup's current owners, Bayer, have recently been ordered to pay billions of dollars in damages after it was found Roundup had failed to inform customers of the potential risks of using their product. Over 300 more federal lawsuits have been filed, and Costco recently discontinued selling Roundup. It was also banned in France in January. While all of these allegations were happening, French journalist Paul Moreira asked Moore about the safety and potential risks of glyphosate, and Moore, in an attempt to defend the herbicide, said this.
Do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
Now, obviously you shouldn't drink weed killer. This was either a mistake or a lie, but Moreira had a sense of humor and asked him if he would like to drink some.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually.
But then, click! You can see it in his eyes. You can see him realize he's taken the lie to support the big corporation a bit too far, and he just said he'd be happy to drink weed killer. What follows is, I feel, one of the most informative clips about the ideology that underpins denialism in history.
I'd be happy to, actually, but not really, but
Not really?
I know it wouldn't hurt
I mean,
me.
if you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Ah, okay, so you...
No, but I know
so
that
it's dangerous,
I
right?
know. No, people try to commit suicide with it and fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No, it's not.
So you're ready to drink one glass of
No,
glyphosate?
I'm not an idiot.
This is a funny clip and it was shared widely when it happened. Although Moore is often credited as a Monsanto lobbyist, which isn't true, a Monsanto spokesperson denies him ever having been a paid lobbyist. But his cheerleading for a big company, and his being mistaken for a lobbyist, is unsurprising when, in the almost 30 years since he left Greenpeace, he makes his living lobbying for companies like Monsanto and leveraging his former Greenpeace status. I mean, he named his company Green Spirit, for Sobek's sake. But this clip makes it clearer than anywhere else that beneath the veneer of just being skeptical of the scientists and their agendas lies people whose job is not at all related to finding or sharing the truth. Moore realized he'd fucked up and immediately fled the interview. Think about the disconnect as he flicked between his defense of a company's product, claiming it was safe to drink and he'd be happy to, and his rational brain, the brain that actually knows the truth, his understanding that drinking it might actually be really bad and he shouldn't take that risk. But he accidentally took that extra step, said he would be happy to, and now has to argue that he would love to drink some, but he won't because he's not stupid. Climate denialism isn't just a bunch of people who are wrong. It's a bunch of people being paid to be wrong on purpose, to deliberately spread doubt of the truth, mislead the people who are honestly trying to be skeptical, and confirm the beliefs of the ignorant who want to pretend they're skeptical, and ultimately this contributes to perpetuating the profits of a few rich individuals who do not want to be made to reduce their profits or risk being held accountable for the effect their profiteering is having on the world we live on at the expense of that world. To pretend that there is a real, legitimate, non-astroturfed debate about whether climate change is caused by humans and represents a potential threat is to give in to propaganda from people who are lying and know they're lying and are so used to lying that they will tell you it's safe to drink a weed killer that might be giving the farmers who work with it cancer. They will tell you that being alarmed about a credible threat to humanity's future makes you an alarmist. They will lie to your fucking face while telling you they're the true warriors of science and logic. Something can still be done about the climate. It simply requires dispelling these corporate lies, seeing past the people selling you the chance to pretend you know better than scientists, agitating for real political change, and advocating for a culture that actually accepts science, actually employs reason and skepticism, and doesn't just pretend they're magic words that can be used to make you sound clever. Almost everyone thinks science and facts and logic and truth are great. We all agree that those words are lovely and mean good things. The problem is, a lot of people set out to prove those things are on their side, instead of following those things where they lead. It's very easy to be misled by rhetoric into thinking that one idea is more reasonable than another, and it's even easier to find someone who's willing to tell you that what you think right now is already the reasonable thing. That doesn't make you actually right, though. I'm not a very smart person, and this isn't a self-deprecating joke I'm doing here. Everyone who thinks Dark Souls 2 is bad can attest to this already. I remember once I went to mail a letter and accidentally put the sunglasses in my other hand into the mailbox, and I just tried to quietly erase the memory of watching the sunglasses fade out of view and then drop from my hands as at the very last moment my brain went, hang on, I'm saying this because while humans can be very smart about some things in specific, sometimes humans are, in general,
very bad about a lot of things. It's very easy to look at a horizon and say, well, it looks flat to me, or to discount the work of scientists because, well, it just looks a different way to you. And it's very easy to dismiss anyone who might be an authority on an issue as, well, an argument from authority. After all, a PhD is just a piece of paper. It doesn't necessarily mean what that person says is right. And you would be right to assume that. But I also think it's wrong to use that as a deliberate strategy to avoid dealing with the fact that sometimes people do know better than you about complex issues. If you find it easy to discount hundreds of people's life's work because you reckon you know better based on one paper you've read, then you might as well have put your brain in the mailbox. So it turns out there's an advantage to being as rubbish as me. It means you have to put effort into learning things and develop a respect and appreciation for the people who put so much time into learning something, and an understanding that maybe they do know more than you. When I find myself disagreeing with the conclusions of a scientist, I ask myself what they might know that I don't, and go look for that and see if that changes my mind. And when I find a scientist that I happen to find agreeable, I immediately think, well, if they think like I do, then, well, something's up. Let's see what the others have to say and why they might think they're wrong and what their reasons are. The true test of skepticism isn't in finding ways to debunk your opponents or change anyone else's mind. It's in finding ways to understand when you are wrong and learn to change your mind. Sometimes that's easier than others. For example, in this instance, a lot of people who currently deny climate change can freely admit that they were lied to. They were misled by people who only showed them facts that appeared to confirm their beliefs. They hadn't really thought that hard about it. In fact, their thinking had basically been done for them. They'd given over the thinking to someone else who it turned out they couldn't trust, and now they can think for themselves and maybe come to different conclusions. I changed a lot the day I realized that there are people out there who make a living making you feel good for believing what they tell you. And frankly, it gives me hope that that happened to me. Because I know I'm a foolish person, and if I can learn and grow and change, then there's hope for all of us. And I believe that even you, yes, you can one day come to accept the truth that horses don't exist. That's what this video is about. Goodbye.
God. Oh, it's another one of his videos I never finished. Roblox, oof, that MP3.
If you've consumed any media in the last 70 years, there's a good chance you've heard this voice. This sound, man being eaten by alligator, was recorded for Distant Drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns all by himself. This recording then became part of the library of sound effects people at Super Warneo Brothers used. Another scream from that recording then appeared in 1953's The Charge at Feather River, where a certain Private Wilhelm gets shot by an arrow. They also use it like 2 more times in the same movie. Sound designer Ben Burt noticed this reuse and started reusing it himself in student films because he thought it was funny. As a silly little joke, he hid it in the background of a B-movie he was hired to work on. Oops, looks like culture's been changed forever. Burt had accidentally started a career-long running joke. In his big cameo in Jedi, he does an impression of the scream when he gets killed by an OSHA-violating guardrail. Then other people started using it too, and now it's everywhere. Getting in on someone else's...
Oh, robots.
Getting
That's
in on
that's
someone
right,
else's
okay.
in-joke kind of risks ruining it, but I wouldn't know anything about that. And there's a bunch of other iconic screams like this.
I love that one. That one shows up in StarCraft, and like it is so recognizable for me there.
Jesus Christ! Like with Wilhelm, the
This
source
fast
of these
zombie
sounds
from
are
Half-Life.
usually well documented. That scream comes from a popular sound effects library. And while we're ruining things, those sheep/goats screaming like a human videos you love so much? Yeah, they're all fake. That's just a sound that comes free with Apple software. You're welcome. But for over a decade, one sound's original source was unknown. This one. This is all over internet video nowadays, but where's it from? Most people under a certain age are yelling Roblox at the screen right now. Roblox is a free online game/platform people can make additional content and games for, and they can even monetize what they make for a pittance. According to YouTube journalists People Make Games, Roblox developers receive less than 25% of the money from sales of content they make. This has led to the Roblox Corporation attaining a net worth of roughly $7 quadrillion. And one of, if not the, most iconic things about this game is its death sound effect, also known as the Roblox oof. Videos of just this sound get millions upon millions of views. It has its own separate existence as a meme across thousands of videos, and one video claiming to be its origin has 117 million views, shockingly close to the lifetime views of my entire channel. This sound effect is a phenomenon, but it's not from Roblox, and this child is a liar. Now, I haven't played Roblox. I play mature games for grown-ups, like Fortnite. When I was the age Roblox would have definitely controlled my life, it was instead being controlled by stop-motion animation, and then later by Gary's Mod, a game which did not monetize its content in increasingly horrifying ways, transforming its community into a digital sweatshop, but I'm sure the new way is fine too. So no, I haven't played Roblox, but I have played Messiah. Messiah was released in the year 2000 and developed by Shiny Entertainment. They made Path of Neo, so they're insane and I love them. You play as a cute little cherub named Bob, who gets blasted down to Earth to help out. This is the best opening cutscene ever. Bob has no combat abilities whatsoever. Instead, though, he can possess other people.
I'm a cop.
You know, in real life, a huge portion of the angels who come to Earth end up in the bodies of police officers. It's true. Google 40% cops. Bob can possess basically any living thing, including rats when the developers feel like making you save scum. The player is constantly switching bodies, using their different abilities, credentials, and weapons.
I get that's a
Racing is
joke, but
breakneck
like, what
because
does that
doing
bring
so
up?
doesn't slow you down. I played Messiah in the mid-2000s when I found it in a Christian charity shop. I assume they didn't see the words sex, religion, possession, death on the cover, and then I threw it away. I bought this copy on eBay to use as a prop. I have to get this out for the rest of the video now. Then a decade passes, and in a random YouTube video, I hear a familiar sound. People tell me it's from Roblox, but I swear I've heard it somewhere else. Obviously, I immediately forgot about it and moved on with my life until 2019 when someone else figured it out. User PlasmaNode on Reddit was watching the ending cinematic on YouTube for some reason and noticed a very familiar sound. He posted his discovery on Reddit along with a clip from the ending. Someone stole and reposted his clip on Twitter. A large Roblox YouTuber made a video about that tweet, and then journalists started picking up on it. Although the articles do credit the wrong person with the discovery because their one source is a video that got it wrong. Why did the sound get so popular anyway? Well, if TV has taught me anything, children being injured is just universally funny. Let's not think about what that says about us. Here's an interesting fact, which I hope justifies me playing the entire game in preparation for this video. Everyone involved seems to think the sound effect is specifically in the ending, but it's actually all over the game. You can fly around and flap your little wings to float, and whenever you slam into a wall, Bob makes a noise, and that's one of the noises. It's also in the opening cutscene, too. It's kind of funny it was discovered in the ending, the last possible place you would hear it if you played the game. Interestingly enough, there was proof in Roblox the sound was from Messiah all along, and no one thought to check. You see, sound files have this thing in them called metadata. It's extra information that comes with a file, you know, album art, list of the artists and people who worked on it, and so on. You know those pirated Weird Al Yankovic albums your friend gave you when you were 14? That's why the album art was in there. It was in the metadata. I think that anecdote might be a bit too specific. The oof sound in Roblox's game files, .wav, has metadata in it saying it was made in 1999 while Messiah was being made, with the engineer listed as Joey Kouros. Joey Kouros is an extremely prolific video game sound designer. He's worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, Gears of War, and even Fortnite. That clip I showed earlier, that wasn't just me showing off my sick skills, that was a clever setup for this bit. No, it wasn't actually. I wrote a Fortnite joke and then it turned out he'd worked on Fortnite, but still. And here's Joey on page XXXVI of Messiah's manual as one of the sound effects guys. See, look, see? I don't have a camera person this time, so I'll have to cut to a close-up that I shot later. Rachel stopped responding when she found out what the video was about. So there we go. We know where the sound effect was from. We even have a good idea who might have made it. Mystery solved. We can all go home to our families. Just kidding, there's more. That's only the beginning of the story, you worm. I can't say that. We haven't even talked about who owns the sound effect yet. It doesn't belong to Joey. It belongs to the company he was working for when it was made, Tommy Tallarico Studios, along with its owner, Tommy... I don't need to say his name. He named his studio after himself.
Are you ready? Yeah!
Tommy Tallarico is a veritable video game industry icon, according to the first line of his biography on his website. I wouldn't personally go that far, but he was a fairly well-known musician and composer for video games in the 90s and 2000s. His most notable soundtracks include Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Advent Rising. His company was involved with the sound effects on lots of other games from this period too. That's why if you're my age or older, this is burned into your brain.
Tommy Tallarico Studios.
He was also on TV, on the shows Electric Playground and Judgment Day, some of the earliest shows about video games, reviewing new releases and interviewing developers. If you were around for a certain era of game history, you remember Tommy from TV or played something his company worked on. He also co-founded Video Games Live, which produced symphony performances of popular video game soundtracks. VGL is universally recognized among gamers as a thing they think they remember hearing about that seems nice. Through royalties from his company's work over the years, Tommy's doing pretty well for himself, and he's spent his money on living in a very interesting house. It has themed rooms, a Spider-Man room full of all the original comics.
Probably have about $50,000 in your hands right there.
Giant statues of Lara Croft and the Fifth Element Lady, an ancient Egypt-themed dining room. The list goes on.
The first thing I built in my house when I bought this was a 7-foot waterfall. But it kind of sucks because at night sometimes I have to go to the bathroom.
And Tommy is proud of his insane mansion. That's why I've got so much footage of it. He's given numerous tours of the place over the years, and it was even on MTV's Cribs. He's so proud of that, he re-uploaded it to his own YouTube channel years later. He's very happy about the fact he was specifically on MTV's Cribs. He says it a lot in interviews, and that's what he calls the video he uploaded onto his own channel. And there's no way he would tell an obvious lie like that. Would he? Foreshadowing is a literary device in which he also re-uploaded an old UK show where the presenter clearly hates his house.
This is absolutely hideous. You've got to sort yourself out, Tommy. You've got too much money. This is silly. It's not right, Tommy.
No, but it is.
There's children starving.
And if you're the sort of person who's impressed by Guinness World Records, Tommy has a huge stack of them leaning up against a cabinet in the corner of his awards/Indiana Jones nook. The big one is person who has worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
I actually have the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
He's such a big deal, he was handpicked by Shigeru Miyamoto to work on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. I worked with him for many years.
And he was also the first American to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
I was the first American ever hired to work on the Sonic franchise.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Do you really believe that? Tommy's been kind of resting on his laurels doing Video Games Live for a while now. He hasn't done much new music for games since the late 2000s. One of the last things he did was donate music to Super Tofu Boy, a game made by Peter. It's a really bad Super Meat Boy clone interspersed with quite good music and interesting meat facts. Listen, Peter, I've eaten a lot of tofu, but meat doesn't scream either. If it did, people would probably stop eating it. Tommy is a vocal Peter supporter, doing an interview for them in the Egyptian wing of his house about cruelty to animals, and put out a statement on Facebook responding to criticism of his involvement with Tofu Boy. It's the only press release I've ever read that has emoticons in it. We can't really talk about Tommy without talking about what he was doing while the OOF was being discovered. Tommy is most well known nowadays for what has become known as the Amico disaster. In 2018, Tommy acquired the rights to Intellivision, a game company from the 70s and 80s, and announced he was making a brand new console, the Intellivision Amico. Amico aimed to be a truly family-friendly games console, with low age ratings on its games, and the bonus selling point of, not having online play. Apparently to get people playing in the same room together? Together again. Oh, some people would tell you online play is one of the best features of modern gaming and a nice option for people who can't easily be physically next to each other. And to that, Tommy's reply was no.
When I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, and even when I was working in the game industries in the 90s, you know, we didn't have the internet, right?
With this pitch in hand, how did the Amico do? It didn't. It was delayed, supposedly due to the global pandemic, but then it was delayed many more times, and it still isn't out 2 years after the intended launch. It seems less like unfortunate supply chain issues and more like management underestimated how hard it is to make a new game console from scratch. As CEO, Tommy made the decision to open 2 company offices in Irvine, California and Salt Lake City, Utah, 2 really expensive places to open offices in the middle of the pandemic. In his video tours, the large, expensive spaces are mostly empty and unused, with the money guy in the back looking like he's working overtime trying to keep this operation afloat without a finished product.
This is where the magic happens. Tommy wants money. This is in this box is where it all happens.
As the money started to run out, they turned to crowdfunding investment website Fig. Tommy produced a video in his Spider-Man room, with other company leadership in his Egypt room and Tomb Raider-themed movie theater room, claiming the console just needs a bit more money to get going and releases just around the corner.
The rocket ship has been built, we are on the launch pad, and we just need the fuel to take off. So strap yourself in, because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
They raised $7 million more and the Amico still didn't come out. So they tried again, turning to second crowdfunding investment website, Republic. They even used the same pitch video. Come on guys, the rocket ship just needs a couple more $1 million.
Strap yourself in.
They raised over $11.5 million more so they could continue to not release a console. They tried a third time on a weird, shady investor website that pretends to be a live stream but is clearly pre-recorded.
The rocket ship is built, folks. We are on the launch pad. We just need a little more fuel.
And then they turned to yet another crowdfunding website for more and cancelled it partway through when it became clear there's no one left to invest. When internal documents leaked revealing the console's internal hardware was cheap, old, and rubbish, Tommy threatened people who reported on it with legal action, and when another journalist asked what the reporters had done wrong reporting publicly available information, he deleted all the tweets. The Amico's difficult non-launch, gleeful tossing of investor money into 2 large holes.
There's not too many people here in the office yet.
And its CEO's increasingly aggressive behavior towards people trying to report what was happening netted the company and Tommy some criticisms. Tommy did the responsible thing and started messaging people to call them names. He defended the Amico on internet forums, calling detractors morons, idiots, mentally unstable, narcissists, and cowards, comparing criticism of his business decisions to racism, eventually settling on calling his detractors gaming racists, the funniest term I've ever heard.
But these elitists, they're racists. They're literally gaming racists.
He did this while following a bunch of actual racists, white supremacists, and far-right personalities on Twitter. This caused people to check for his other hot takes and discover his opinion on people who kneel for the national anthem. Apparently racism is bad, but protesting it is for douchebags.
Somebody just said, I sound like a social justice warrior. You couldn't be farther from the truth, and I'm the most unpolitically correct person on the planet.
Don't call me an SJW. You have no idea how racist I am.
People are saying I got triggered. No, I'm just having fun and being passionate. The folks in there that are peeing their pants right now.
Things just got worse from there. It hit the point where Tommy, the CEO of a family-friendly games console company in desperate need of investment, would only give interviews with an ever-dwindling group of die-hard fans who completely agreed with this behavior. The kind of normal person who wear a serial killer mask while they interview you.
My wife told me to cancel my Amico, and I still did not.
This is one of the last people Tommy was willing to speak to.
And then if you want to hear me, pwn some noobs and punch back at some haters, follow me on Twitter, Tommy Tellerico, And, you know, I don't mind punching back to some of these losers. So.
He has since stepped down as CEO, with his replacement announcing the company is entering a quiet period, which is a hell of a subtweet if I've ever seen one. The Amico still isn't out, and a lot of people want their money back. In the middle of all this, right before the first big delay, before things got super bad, back when Tommy had a
It
reputation
should be easier
to
to sue people who
OOF
deliberately
discovery
waste
was made.
crowdfunding.
Due to his contract with Shiny Entertainment, Tommy Tallarico Studios owns all the sound effects he and
But
his
failure
employees
to
made
complete
for
a
the game.
project is
Shiny
different
could use them in
just
Messiah, but they
scanning.
belong to Tommy, and he can use them again or sell them if he wishes. And when Tommy found out a sound effect he owned was being used in Roblox, oh boy, did the butter begin to churn. Tommy stepped up to the plate and did a stream on YouTube called Talking About the Roblox Oof Sound and Controversy. It's hard going back to this stream because he spends a good chunk of it pitching a soon-to-be-released game console that still doesn't exist.
We're actually coming out with a brand new video game machine. It's called the Intellivision Amico. We actually don't allow online play.
It's weirdly anxiety-inducing watching a man in January 2020, right before a global pandemic, pitching a console whose central feature is trapping people in a room together.
Everybody can kind of come together and play in the same room together.
But when he wasn't pitching his scam-adjacent business venture, Tommy was demanding Roblox give him $100 million.
Tommy wants money.
Okay, for legal reasons, I'd like to specify that was a joke. He didn't ask for that much. Probably. He didn't say how much he wanted. Almost like he was embarrassed to. Tommy made it clear he didn't want Roblox to remove the sound. He wanted them to keep using it, but to pay him for it. And if they didn't, things were going to court.
They may think that, you know, I'm trying to get the sound taken out of the game. I'm not. They may think that I'm currently suing Roblox. I'm not currently. But it's also not fair to me that I don't get compensated for this.
This situation is, legally speaking, very funny. Allow me to pretend I understand it for a few minutes. A key point here is, at least as far as I can tell, so probably wrong, Tommy isn't owed any compensation. According to Roblox, the OOF came on a CD of sound effects the original creators purchased when they were making the game in the mid-2000s. If this is true, they used the sound with the reasonable belief they had the right to do so at the time. Whoever took the sound out of Messiah and sold it on a CD could be in trouble, but the two guys who started Roblox in 2006 didn't do anything wrong, apart from create Roblox. Okay, I've spoken to a couple of lawyers after filming this bit, should have done beforehand really, and they clarified something I think I should add here about them not doing anything wrong. They did still technically do copyright infringement. If you use a sound effect you bought from someone and it turns out they stole it and lied to you, you're still guilty of copyright infringement. However, if this actually went to court, there is something called the innocent infringer defense. If an infringer can demonstrate they had no reason to believe they had committed copyright infringement, and it looks like Roblox might be able to do that, the court can reduce the statutory damages to as low as $200 per infringement. There are other types of damages, like actual damages, the losses suffered by the owner as a result of the infringement, but that's something that could only be answered in a courtroom. As you're about to see, however, Roblox directly told Tommy they don't think they owe him anything. So it sounds like they think they have a good defense if things go to court. In these tweets a few days before the stream, Tommy seems a bit annoyed that no one owes him money, although in his version, Roblox feel like they don't owe him anything, which is a strange way of describing a large corporation. I think what Tommy means is Roblox's lawyers know what the law is, but he still would like to have some money. All Roblox are required to do in this situation is remove the sound, and Tommy could send a cease and desist and trigger that happening whenever he wanted.
I could have sent a letter, very easy. Cease and desist, stop using the sound, it's mine, don't have permission to use it, take it out of your game.
But Tommy isn't doing that because he doesn't want it taken out.
Tommy wants money.
If he can get them to keep it in and pay him a license fee to use it or just buy the sound off him outright, he could make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd rather them just pay me and them own the sound forever so that it stays in the game.
Tommy cannot stress enough how much he doesn't want Roblox to remove the sound, because that's how he makes money from this.
I never asked Roblox to remove the sound. I don't want it to be removed. I haven't told them to take the sound out of the game. I want to keep the sound in the game, so...
And Roblox probably want to keep the immensely popular sound in their game. However, they are a business. Their ultimate goal is to keep as much of their money as possible. A majority of Roblox's income comes from underpaying the people who actually make the game's content. How much do you think they're willing to pay for 0.3 seconds of a child saying ow, especially when they could replace it for free?
Roblox could remove the sound tomorrow if they wanted to.
So when Tommy approached them asking for money, Roblox offered him less.
We approached Roblox, we said, hey, there's a situation, and we're gonna ask for this much. Roblox said, we think you should get this much. so, you know, this much is what we think.
Just to put it in plain English, the purpose of this stream is for Tommy to complain that Roblox will not offer him enough money to buy a sound effect they don't need.
I think they're nuts and disrespectful to me.
This is an all-time classic Tallarico moment right here. Complaining about respect while calling someone nuts and asking them for more money. It's just incredible.
I'm hoping that we can come together, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the middle, to make everyone happy.
One question really starts to stand out in this 90-minute stream. How much money does he want? He's very careful to never say how much he thinks the sound effect is worth, how much he asked for, or how much they offered him.
And I can't say, people are going to say, well, how much did you ask for? Look, you have to understand that it is not professional of me to go around stating how much money I'm asking and how much they are offering.
Just to be clear, unless there's some kind of non-disclosure agreement, which he probably would have said if there was, there isn't anything actually stopping Tommy from saying how much he wants for the sound effect. The Amico saga has proven irrefutably that Tommy does not care in the slightest about appearing professional. That excuse doesn't work. He's choosing not to say it, and getting increasingly defensive as viewers keep asking, and he runs out of explanations.
To be honest, none of your damn business. No, how much did you say for them to pay for the oof sound? Okay, well, I've already gone over that I can't talk about that.
To an outside observer, and the chat whose questions he was dodging, it started to feel like Tommy just wanted an embarrassingly large amount of money for a single sound effect, and knew that it would make him look really greedy if he said it.
People are never going to know, what it is, and there doesn't need to be that knowledge.
He's in the fascinatingly awkward position of not being able to say how much he wants, even though that's what the stream is about.
It would be unprofessional to talk about that, but I think I did describe that it's a lot more than what, they were offering, which was barely anything at all.
I think it's worth asking how much barely anything is to a millionaire with a dedicated Spider-Man room and an indoor waterfall in his mansion.
Everyone should have a 7-foot waterfall, I think, installed in your room. But the thing that's kind of bad about it is that at night, I always have to go to the bathroom.
Wait a minute, didn't he already make that joke? Later in the stream, he started taking questions, and someone asked him to give the ratio how different the counteroffer was.
Tommy, percentage-wise, how far is Roblox offer compared to what you asked for? At least 100 times less. So that, if they offered me $1, I'm asking for $100. So, if they offered me $1,000, that means I'm asking for $100,000, right? So that's how far it is off.
I find it very curious that he will say how much he asked for, but only in the form of a riddle. Even more curiously, he uses very small amounts of money as examples. He chooses not to say, for example, if they offered me 50 grand, that means I asked for $5 million. Or if they offered me 100 grand. Okay, I can see why he didn't.
And I hope they come to their senses. And I know they're probably watching. I don't know, maybe they're not. It's Saturday morning.
So that was the situation in January 2020. Roblox were offering to buy the sound. Tommy wanted 100 times more money than they were offering. And if things didn't go his way, he was threatening to take things to court.
I have attorneys that I have teams of attorneys. I easily have about 20 different lawyers. It's just a difference of opinion on whether or not I help to bring millions of people to their game or not, and what that is worth.
That last thing is, I think, why Tommy thinks he can ask for whatever massive amount of money he won't say. In his mind, this one sound effect single-handedly launched the Roblox franchise.
But the idea is that this is a sound that helped to create the franchise, right? Some may say even that the reason Roblox is as popular as it is now may be because of the fact that so many people shared this oof sound. So
some may say. Tommy, you don't need to launder your arguments like that. You are the one saying that right now.
This is something that helped to create the franchise itself. It's made the game Roblox go supersonic. It was part of the reason. How many millions of people found out about the game Roblox because of a meme that used because of the sound, right? We think we're asking for something extremely fair considering what it has done for the franchise.
These claims are hilarious, exaggerated, but most of all, wrong. Take the sound effects from Minecraft that are really popular and people use a lot in videos too. They have a huge presence online as well, but they didn't make Minecraft popular. They're popular because they're in a game millions of children have played. The Roblox oof took off in mid-2017, when Roblox was already a pretty mainstream thing. The cause and effect is completely backwards here. While it might not be entirely impossible for a single sound effect to make a game very popular, I would like to remind everyone that this sound effect was already in a game, and that game was such a massive critical and commercial failure that no one noticed the sound effect had been stolen for 20 fucking years. Come on, bud. Roblox didn't become a multi-billion-dollar company because of a sound effect. They got there by being evil. Speaking of evil, Roblox eventually worked with Tommy to turn all of this into a whole new way of monetizing their empire of nightmares. Instead of paying Tommy for the sound, they're making the players pay for it.
In November 2020, Roblox announced the oof sound was going to be removed, but they were updating their developer marketplace so players could purchase sounds to use in their games. And once this update was complete, the oof sound could be purchased and used through there. I assume Tommy would get a cut from this. Simultaneously, Tommy announced he had produced a sound effects pack for creators to use in their Roblox games, including the oof.
I have done a brand new sound design library just for Roblox.
Creators could buy a range of sound effects packs costing from $10 to $250 and use these in the games they make. Roblox and Tommy agreed to keep the sound in the game as is for a while, so the sound marketplace had time to get up and running and no one had to go oofless in the meantime.
But this functionality still hasn't been added a year and a half later. Eventually, in July this year, Roblox, citing a licensing issue, removed the sound and replaced it with this one. Which is rubbish, frankly. But it might be bad on purpose to incentivize paying to replace it once they get the marketplace up. So, clever move, I guess. You bags of scum.
Tommy also got to make some official oof merch, so that was nice for him, I suppose.
I've created an oof t-shirt.
He doesn't look like he got the massive payday he wanted, especially since the audio marketplace hasn't manifested yet, but at least he got something out of it.
So, there we go. Wasn't that an interesting story? That's the end of the video essay. Don't look at the runtime. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you came here to find the origins of a sound effect, you can go. Subscribe on the way out if you'd like, but take care. Go play Roblox or something. And Tommy, I know you're watching. I've seen you arguing with people in the comments of videos with 100 views. You can go as well. Go do whatever it is you do in your fun house. I'm just chilling out. See ya. Okay, I think they're gone. This video is being filmed at an undisclosed location to avoid being traced. Also, Mum went on holiday and she locked the garage so I can't get to my set. And no, I have no idea why the back wall of this room is also green. The last guy who lived here had terrible taste. Anyway, I think he's gone. Okay, we need to talk about Tommy. This is where the video was supposed to finish. So I was writing up the script and doing a bit more research, and then I re-watched Tommy's E3 2021 pitch for the Amico, and I realized something. He takes credit for creating the oof in a very particular way.
I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox.
He made the sound for Roblox? I thought I misheard him, or maybe he misspoke, but no, that's how he says it.
The thing that you might know me the most from is the guy who created the beloved oof sound for Roblox. That's right.
The sound wasn't made for Roblox, it was made for another game and reused by mistake. That's what this whole thing was about, Tommy. He said that one in the commercial for his sound design kits he's selling to put it back in the game. Why is he saying it like that? Well, obviously the idea he made it for Roblox, this massive important corporation, is slightly more prestigious than the truth, isn't it? So he's slightly altering the story to give himself a bit more credit. And that's fine, like whatever, who cares? But then I thought, you know, for a sound with another guy's name on it, he seems pretty happy to say he personally made it for Roblox. From an outsider's perspective, it looks a bit like Tommy is taking credit for something someone who worked for him did decades later. And yeah, sure, my script was almost done, but I couldn't let that possibility sit unexplored. So I tried to figure out who actually made the sound, and what I discovered was interesting. And then a bunch more other shit happened, and now the video is this long. I'm so sorry. Yes, Joey's name is on the file, but that doesn't necessarily mean he created it. If he did the final exporting of the sounds Tellurico Studios made for Messiah, his audio program would put his name on them regardless of who recorded, edited, or mastered them. Instead, let's look at how Tommy talks about who made it. Let's rewind the clock a little. Back in 2019, Tommy quote tweeted that one video that was a repost of the thing Plasmonode put on Reddit. He indicates that his company created and owns the sounds used for Messiah, and that the sound effects was created by my lead sound designer, Joey Kouros. Notice that he specifically doesn't say that he made it. He says his company created and owns it, and then specifically credits Joey, implying little to no direct personal involvement. I believe this version of Tommy's story is true. However, soon after writing this, to put it bluntly, it looks like Tommy realized how popular the sound was. He's said in many places, including the live stream, that he didn't really know that much about Roblox until he found out one of his sounds was in it. So on a timeline, it looks like he wrote that tweet and then started looking at the sound's presence online. In his next tweet, he says he's surprised to discover the sound has tens of millions of views online, and then all of a sudden it's a sound we created. And then, and he adds this in parenthesis, like he's trying to sneak it into the story at the last minute, and I myself recorded. This is a bit of a change, isn't it? It's also just a weird way of talking about something you created. Like, if you found out something you had made, you, was in a huge game, you would go, hey, I made that. You wouldn't go, as you can see, my company created and owns that. It was made by someone who worked for me decades ago. Oh, wait, the sound's really popular. I mean, we made it, and I myself recorded it. And to his credit, I think Tommy noticed how this sounds too, because 30 minutes later, he tried again. He started a second thread where this time it's a sound he created, Joey edited, and he owns. Note that he specifically used the word created again. So he got his story straight in the end, at least. Good for him. But that does mean this first tweet is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Now, you tell me, what one thing would make Tommy look more like he was trying to rewrite the history after the fact here? Deleting the tweet, right? From my perspective, that would be a very stupid thing to do. But I must be missing something because he did delete it. It's gone. I am not accusing famous industry veteran Tommy Tellurico of lying about who made a sound here. I don't know for sure who did what on this sound. But Tommy should. And if he's telling the truth, why did the truth change when he was surprised by how popular the sound was? In a very short span of time, Tommy's version of history went from Joey created it, to we created it, to I created it, and then later an attempt to delete the fact he said Joey created it. I know how it sounds. It would be weird to assume someone just wants to brag about making this one sound effect this badly. But he does brag about it. He put it in his Twitter handle, it's part of his pitch for the Amico. It seems very important to Tommy that he doesn't just own the sound, that he personally created it. To most people younger than me, that sound effect could be the most well-known thing on his resume, which is a bit depressing, really. And when he tries to describe the process of creating the sound, things get even weirder.
In the OOF livestream, Tommy's happy to say he made the sound, but then he tries to go into detail about how it was made.
I thought what first I would do is talk about how the oof sound was created.
When he talks about the work that went into making the sound, he doesn't say he did anything. He says we.
Then what we did is we went through, all the different lines. We did a whole bunch of other stuff to it as well. So after we pitch shifted it down and then...
Sometimes he accidentally says I and then corrects himself.
I wanted to let folks know how I created the sound, how we created the sound, myself and my sound designer, Joey Curris.
It just keeps going like this.
We start to tweak the sound, each individual sound. So again, in OOF, we might have spent, a half hour trying to figure out exactly which way we should have pitched it down and what thing we would have taken and this and that.
This is a strange way to describe something you did. Far from being a sound he created and Joey merely edited, whenever he has to describe any specifics, all of a sudden it was done by committee. Tommy isn't lying about who did what here. Quite the opposite, really. He's specifically avoiding lying by being as vague as possible about something it would be easy to talk about if he actually made the sound himself.
So I took this little girl's, we took the clip, right? And then what we did is we edited it, and we kept the length of the sound.
He struggles to come up with anything he actually did. Like his knowledge helped?
And we'll say, I want to say this right. I mean, it took a lot of my knowledge of audio to create this sound and make it sound unique. Now that people know about me, they know about how I created the Roblox sound.
After seeing a guy specifically avoid saying I and say we dozens of times and then finish the story by saying, so that's how I made the sound, it just comes off really disingenuous. One quick indicator of what he could mean by we is, at one point he uses it to describe the act of exporting the sound out of the program.
Compressing it and making it all, EQing it and doing all these crazy things to it before we ended up saving it out. So
when he says we here, he just means Joey. It only takes one person to hit save on a file, and that's the one thing we know for sure Joey did. Like with the money situation, it's hard not to read into why Tommy is talking strangely. It starts to sound like Joey did most of the work, but then that would mean someone else deserves the credit for creating the sound. So all of a sudden, this 0.3 second sound effect becomes a team effort. That's Tommy's version of how the sound was made. He says we, but sometimes when he says we, he just means Joey. So, what's Joey's version? Joey's been pretty quiet about all this, and good for him. His career's still going strong, unlike some people's, and I'm sure he has better things to do than litigate who made an ancient sound effect. Unlike me, who apparently has plenty of time for that shit. However, Curris does have a website where he maintains credits for every game he's worked on since 1993, and he's still updating it today. Next to Messiah, Joey puts, design of all sound effects. After witnessing someone claim Joey did it, change their mind, delete the story, and then talk in very vague terms about who did what, seeing someone just say, I designed all the sound effects, is like a breath of fresh air. This is another reason why I find Tommy's first version of the story more believable. Not only is it untainted by his later discovery how popular the sound was, it's also what the other person who worked on the game said. But this really makes it look like Tommy's stealing credit from someone else who worked for him now. It was just a hunch before, but now, I don't know. And here's when the fun, easy video about the Roblox oof I was trying to make ended, and the horror of my new life began. Because while I was on Joey's page, I noticed something else. Design of all sound effects for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This was very confusing to read, because Tommy spent the last several decades saying he worked on Pro Skater.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
I'm not saying Tommy didn't work on it, it's just some places seem to disagree with him. Places like the credits of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. According to them, someone else did the in-game sound effects. I'll give you 3 guesses. It was Joey. Although the company he was at is credited as well. It's like they're saying sound effects done by this guy from this company. But Tommy's acting like he personally did it again. I'm starting to feel a bit bad for Joey. Just to kind of add to the mystery, he talks about how small the development team was at the time, to kind of add to the exclusivity of it, I guess.
You know, being a part of the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, you know, there's only about maybe 10 or 12 of us.
This means very few people exist who could possibly contradict him. How convenient. It does make it even weirder, though, for such a small team to leave his name out of the credits. I guess Tommy could say his name is in there, but only because his company is named Tommy Tallarico Studios. So, who is responsible for the sounds in Pro Skater? The guy credited for it, or his boss who says he did it now? In an older interview / house tour, Tommy got a bit more specific. He said he'd buy skateboards. Oh, sorry, I mean we'd buy skateboards.
We buy skateboards.
And then Tommy would help this mysterious other person record the sounds. He says one of the pain sound effects, ironically also a kind of oof, is his actual voice.
The actual sound in Tony Hawk that you hear when the guy falls off the skateboard and cracks his head open, that's me falling off, cracking my head.
So, Tommy might have helped with some of the sounds, or at least at some point Joey recorded him falling off a skateboard. Strangely though, while he says he was on the Pro Skater team nowadays, at the time things were very different. You see, as I mentioned earlier, Tommy was on a TV show about games while Pro Skater was being made. The thing about journalism is, it's usually frowned upon to cover or review a product you helped create without disclosing you worked on it. And, to his credit, Tommy's very good at this. When he and co-host Victor cover games he was involved with, they make sure to say it. Take Advent Rising, a game he composed a ton of music for.
Advent Rising.
I'm not gonna comment on any of the music in the game because I am completely biased.
This is, and I mean this unironically, ethical gaming journalism. Also, you might have noticed, but Tommy kind of likes to brag about games he's worked on. One time they reviewed an Aladdin game, and they brought up that Tommy worked on a different Aladdin game's music 8 years before.
It was a great throwback to the 16-bit platformer days, and I know you worked on the original Aladdin game, so you must have felt like you were coming
Deja
home a little
vu.
bit. Yeah.
Tommy not only understands disclosure, he loves doing it. If Tommy worked on a game, or a game similar to the one being reviewed, you hear about it on this show. So, what does it mean when Tommy doesn't say he worked on a game? While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was being made, it was featured on the show. Tommy interviewed one of the developers. Later, when it came out, Tommy and Victor reviewed it, and both gave it a 9.5 out of 10. If Tommy worked on this game's sound effects, he would have said so, wouldn't he? Well, he doesn't. At no point whatsoever in the coverage does Tommy disclose he worked on the game. Tommy behaves like a TV guy interviewing a game developer, which would be a bit weird if he was also on that development team, right? I can only think of a few reasons why Tommy wouldn't mention he worked on the game when he goes out of his way to do so normally. One is he randomly decided not to take credit for something, which seems out of character and pretty dishonest considering how hard he promoted the game, and he seems to know better than that. The alternative is, while he had helped Joey out a little, Tommy, at the time, didn't consider whatever input he gave big enough to justify telling people he was involved. Which is fascinating to me. There is potentially a past version of Tommy who, if he honestly thought about it, would choose not to say he worked on Pro Skater. Which is cool of him. However, then Pro Skater went on to be a really famous franchise, and it became very cool to say you worked on it.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
And over the years, Tommy's story has grown a bit from helping with some of the sounds to, doing all of them.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, so I did all those sounds, audio director on that.
Wait, now he's saying he was the audio director? He's not even in the credit! Let's quickly look at who did what on games Tallarico Studios worked on. On the vast majority, Tommy is often credited for music, but he doesn't do sound effects much. Sound effects, or sound design as it was later called, is usually done by Joey. A game Tallarico Studios worked on almost always has music by Tommy, sound effects by Joey in the credits. Basically, when Tommy and Joey work on games together, it's pretty clear who did what. In fact, in the early 2000s, Tallarico Studios put out a sound effects library you could buy
buy and use in your own projects, with over 19,500 sound effects in it. Tommy's the executive producer, so I'm sure he was involved in some capacity, but 3 other recorders and editors are credited, along with the sound designer. I wonder who it could be. It's Joey. It's always Joey. Joey credits himself as the lead sound designer at Tellurico Studios for 13 years. The thing he did was sound effects. Even on Electric Playground, Tommy's show, Joey is credited for additional sound effects. So maybe Tommy didn't say he did the sound effects on Pro Skater because he knew Joey would see it. Given Tommy's tendency to take games his sound effects guy is credited for and say he did all the sounds, what does that sort of thing mean for his later claims about Messiah and making the oof? Well, wouldn't it be funny if Tommy also reviewed Messiah on TV, and when he did, he again did not mention he worked on the game? Wouldn't that be very, very funny? Yeah, it is funny. That is what happened. Even funnier, on that same episode, they also reviewed the Dreamcast version of Pro Skater, giving Tommy yet another opportunity to say he worked on it. Which he didn't. There's starting to be a precedent for Joey doing things, being the one credited for it, Tommy reviewing it and not mentioning he worked on it, and then years later deciding he did. Coming back to how he talks on the stream, we could mean we both worked on this sound, but to be cynical, it can also mean Joey did it while working for me. Messiah is one of the 2 or so games I could find that Tellurico Studios made where they are both credited for the sound effects at once. So potentially Tommy might have been more involved with the sound effects on this than normal. So our candidates are a guy who mostly did music and not sound effects, reviewed the game on television and chose not to say he worked on it, and when he later decided he did and he made this sound, carefully avoided taking credit for anything specific. Or the guy credited for sound effects on almost every other game, who says he did it, who Tommy said did it before he changed his mind the first time, and whose name is on the file. In conclusion, who knows? Could have been either of them. Maybe it was both. Art is really a collaborative process. Okay, that was written as a joke about how heavily the deck is stacked here. But let's be serious, I haven't found any definitive proof here. I think it's interesting just how much Joey is credited for sound effects everywhere else, and I think it's weird that Tommy didn't really have any specifics to say about what he did on the sound, and I think if he did work on the game that closely, he should have said so when he reviewed the game on television, but none of that is specific proof of who recorded or mastered a specific sound effect. However, given all of this additional context and information, I can say, at least for myself, that I have some trouble believing Tommy when he says he made the sound. But when you decide something a well-known industry figure like him has said is suspect, you start to ask, well, what else has he said? This guy's been around for decades and he's said a lot of things. I started investigating some of his other claims. I did it mostly to prove to myself I was just being silly so I could believe him when he said that he made the sound. I wanted to be able to put this to bed and move on with my life. I just couldn't accept that the first American to ever work on Sonic would lie like that. Hey, wait a second! Yes, Tommy has repeatedly said he's the first American to ever work on Sonic.
In fact, I was the very first American to ever be hired by the Sonic team back in the day.
Are you serious?
Very first American to be hired. One of the first Americans to ever be hired by Sega of Japan for the Sonic team.
I need to get
first American to ever be hired
pick.
to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog series.
But if you don't take Tommy's word for it and do your own research, by which I mean basically Google Sonic for 2 seconds, you start to see red flags. Sonic was being developed in America as early as 1992, when Sonic 2 was being made in California. Americans are all over Sonic's game development since almost the beginning. Which game did Tommy work on anyway?
Sonic, or one of the Sonic games, Black Knight, that might have been in the 2000s.
So Tommy was about 20 years late to the party of Americans working on Sonic. Okay, let's be charitable. Maybe he means first American to do music for the series? But if he thinks that, Tommy's been crushing too many 40s. That was terrible. I promised to live and learn from the... Oh, fuck.
But this first American stuff gets even deeper. There are layers to this shit. One particular American musician,
Michael Jackson was rumored for decades to have worked on Sonic 3. This was seemingly confirmed by Yuji Naka earlier this year, actually. This would make Jackson the first American to do a Sonic soundtrack. Maybe there are some Americans who worked on one earlier. I'm not sure. I'm not deep into Sonic lore. I'm no Heriton Splimby. Now, you could say, well, sure. Maybe that means Tommy is wrong about being the first American. But there's no way he could have known that. We only found out for sure recently. And yeah, to be fair, that would be true. Were it not for the fact Tommy has also been bragging about knowing back in the 90s that Jackson worked on Sonic.
So I was really close with the Sega folks back in the early 90s. I don't know if it was ever confirmed or not, but I can tell you that he did do the music for Sonic 3.
This was at a con in 2014, before he started saying he was the first American. So either he knew he was lying when he started saying that, or he made this shit up too. Which one is the lie? At this point, why not both? I don't trust this story about knowing about Jackson either, frankly. I think he just made up a story to seem involved with another important piece of history. That seems to be his MO at this point. This is just one example of what we could charitably call exaggeration.
That's how good my mining speed
but realistically we call lies. The more I tried to check things Tommy said to prove to myself that any of it was true, the more it all came apart.
Okay, so what about the Metroid Prime thing? He said in a bunch of places, including the OOF stream, that he worked on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. Worked on that for a couple of years.
And I worked with him on Metroid Prime, the first one. And we worked together for about, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years.
Metroid Prime, I worked with that with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years.
Wow.
I worked with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and Zelda. Worked with him for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
He doesn't just say he worked on it, actually. He says Shigeru Miyamoto was a personal huge fan of his work and always wanted to work on a game with him.
We always talked about working together. Like, oh man, I really love all your Mario stuff. And he'd say, oh man, I love all your stuff that you do. Like, oh, we gotta work together sometime, you know?
I don't know if that part of the story is true, but Tallarico Studios was contracted to work on Prime. Not music, by the way. Prime already had a composer. They just did sound effects. That might turn out to be important later. But early in development, Retro cancelled all their other projects to focus on Prime, and suddenly didn't need outside help to get the audio done, and his contract wasn't renewed. Tommy will confirm this part of the story himself.
My contract was coming to an end was around the same time that Retro's projects were all getting canceled except for Metroid. And they had an internal audio department.
So he did work on it, briefly, but again with the exaggeration. For him to be dropped so easily implies Miyamoto wasn't as invested in working with Tommy as he says.
Tommy doesn't just say he worked on Prime's sound effects for a bit and Miyamoto was a huge fan,
what
though.
The hell
His
is
story
that?
is way more exotic. He tells people Miyamoto didn't give him any direction or visuals or animations to make sound effects to.
Leo
He told him to just
Pleurodon.
make what he thought was cool, and the development team designed the weapons and animations around his sounds.
Give us a bunch of epic weapon sounds, and then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give those to my artists, and then they are gonna be inspired by the sounds that you make, and we're gonna inspire the art in the thing. Wow, so cool.
This is an unprecedented amount of control for an external audio contractor to have over a project. Plus, it just doesn't mix very well with the fact he left really early in development. Did Miyamoto change his mind? Why didn't he make Retro keep him on board if he had such an important job? It also doesn't mix with other stories from Retro Studios' actual audio department. He did an interview for Shinesparkers where he told this story about Miyamoto letting him design the weapon sounds first. However, Shinesparkers then went on to interview Clark Wen, Prime's audio lead, who came on board after the other games were cancelled and Tommy was gone. Wen is well respected in the game audio industry. He's worked on a bunch of stuff, including Tony Hawk games, interestingly enough. According to him, they did sound effects the normal way, basing their work off the art and animations. There's something amazing about reading an interview with Tommy where Miyamoto blessed the project with a radical new technique where the sound designer had massive creative control over the game, and then going to the interview with Wen where they say, "We interviewed Tommy and he said you did this," and he goes, "That sounds cool, but no." Wen says 1 or 2 weapon sound effects were done when he got there, and he left them mostly untouched. So, a few of the sounds in the game are done by Tallarico Studios, and they might have been done the way Tommy said, but his overall involvement with the game was very small. How small? He left so early in development, they forgot he had worked on it by the time the game was done, and forgot to put his name in the credits.
Ooh, yes.
A bunch of other audio contractors made it in, though. They must have kept contracting people after he left and not got him back. Weird. I wonder why. After seeing Tommy repeatedly take credit for the work of people under him, it's kind of cathartic seeing a bunch of other people get credited and for him to be forgotten. However, he's not the only one. Someone's missing from Tommy's version of the story again. Can you guess? In a now deleted page on his website, accessible via the Internet Archive, Tommy wrote about leaving early in development, although he still claims he did a lot of the main sound design.
Well, I need to wait a minute
Funnily
before I can
enough,
do this
he doesn't
place,
say
so I'm
I
going to
too
use the
much.
restroom.
He says we. I wonder who the other it's Joey. It's...
It's Joey.
It's always Joey! He shared a recent email from Retro's new
I
audio
gotta
manager to prove he worked on it, and he compliments the work Tallarico Studios did, but he said...
Oh!
Hey!
What's up? How you doing, Boomy?
Hey, just wanted to preface I am on stream if you need me to leave.
No, you're good. I was only gonna call for like 2 seconds because I just wanted advice on a build. Alright, so...
I would be happy to provide that in a second. I'm currently...
See, like, in your case, Matt, for example, this is a square. This is a massive square. But within the square, you've added so much texturing and layers and floors and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Like,
that's how you can do a lot with that. Like, my focal point that I started from, exactly how I said to start from your fountain, I started from this map. I saw somebody build this kind of thing, and I said, that is awesome, and I want that as a centerpiece in a storage room. And I built around that. And...
Oh, so instead of outside in, you go inside out.
I always do that, yeah. I know this is the goal that I want, because there's always a functionality to my build. Because if there's not a functionality, I'm going to be stuck in decision fatigue, and I'm going to have no idea what I want to do. Right. And so I find the practicality that I want to achieve, and I say, how can I do this in an interesting way? And then I go from there.
That might be my mistake then. My mistake is I always establish the room first and then try to build within the room. But I think it might be better
never
to
going to succeed when you do that. You're restricting yourself in a negative way. Restrictions can make you more creative, but when you restrict yourself in a way like that, you're just kind of cutting yourself up.
Gee, that's a good point because, like, for example, when I'm like rewatching Etho's Let's Play, and the first thing he built when he found his cave was he built the creeper face. Like the lava creeper face in his and then from then on he started building from around there, and then like he found a like a mine shaft, like, you know, the mine shaft, the part of a mine shaft where it's just like a square of dirt. Yeah. So he built a cow farm and he built around that basically. Like he built his like walkways and stuff like that. So I guess that might be my mistake. It's like I need to have a point of interest before I do anything else.
Something that
this-
you can always center around is always going to give you that grounding that you can
Yeah.
work around.
Yeah, because like now, if I stand in the center and I look around, I'd be like, oh, I can see now because like I can see like the extra pocket rooms that you add for your chest and stuff like that. Like I would do that as well. Yeah, it's a good, really good. Goodness, I love this. Even this, for example.
Can I
This
check
is
it
so
out?
nice.
This is literally just fiddling around until you find something that works. Like playing with stairs is something that's really new to me that I just started doing the past like week or two. I had like little bits of it that I would follow from what other people did from other builds and took inspiration from, but I've really been playing with it to incorporate myself last week or two.
Matt, Boomy asked if you can come.
Who?
Trevor
Yeah,
Deliara.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now one more question I had. Texture compatibility. So I'm trying to work with palettes. And I don't, for example, using terracotta with wood planks, like, it turned out pretty good. But like, for me, I
so
think to
one
myself,
thing I will say with this is I've literally spent my entire childhood going through art classes, so I just understand color theory, and that helps me a lot with that. But it's really just kind of like laying out your blocks. How most people will do it is they'll just lay out their blocks to actually see the different colors and see, does this look good together? No, let's try something else. And that's not like in the middle of the build. That's literally, I'm gonna grab the blocks I want, and I'm just gonna place them out. If you've ever seen like at Raven's compound, you can see her little tower that has the
Raven's
blocks that
compound
she
is-
likes to use, and how you can place those next to each other like this to just kind of get an idea of how they look together. Just do that until you find a palette that looks good.
yeah, like for example, Raven's just gazebo, for example, like the, just looking at, I'm here, I'll just you here.
Huh?
Like the,
I'm here, Vars. Oh wait,
Oh, no,
you
we're at
mean
Raven's
to
compound.
your place? Okay, yeah.
yeah, so no, to Raven's compound. So like, for example, I have a hard time reconciling smooth texture and texture. Like for example, this quartz stairs and the black stone. Like I really want to learn how to, like, when I see other people use it, it looks perfect. Like for example, the straight uniform straight line pillar. Well, I guess pillaring the bullstone pillar actually is a very versatile block to use. But like
It's literally a pillar. so it's
she
gonna look
mix
good.
and match.
Oh
mix
yeah, no,
and
my
match,
favorite pillaring block is the bold castle
It comes
brick
down
pillar.
exactly what I was saying before. It's about finding a good palette. If you find a good palette, it's going to look good together. Now, obviously, there are some exceptions and minutiae in there, but that's always going to be the best place to start when you're wanting something to be as aesthetic as possible, is to make sure that you have, these are the blocks I'm going to use. These are blocks that I know look good together, so whatever I do, there's always going to be that baseline conformity and matching that looks good in and of itself without worrying as much about how am I going to randomly figure out what block I can add here to make it look good. You already know what you're working with.
Yeah. So for example, this build, the base of this build is obviously blackstone.
Right.
And then, like, for what is this block here? Is this calcite?
Probably.
Slow
Looks
sprout.
like it. Okay, it looks very
I think
similar
that's
to
a
calcite.
Isica block,
If-
isn't it?
If she didn't have access to this, she would use calcite here. But
Yeah, it's like-
calcite is always a really good white block.
Yeah,
It
but like
has more
color.
texture to
Oh,
it.
this is transparent. You can see through it.
Yeah. Which is
Anyways,
great for that depth effect because of the way that you moving side to side works with transparent blocks.
I see. Oh, so that's So, like, man. Oh, even like for example, this right here. Actually, no,
With
I've done this
the
before.
stairs?
What am I saying?
Yeah.
I've done this before. No, I've done this with the cactus farm, but it's just like. Oh wait, that's actually cool. So there's the square one, and then there's the inverted, like Also, that adds more like texture variety to. Yeah, I need to learn how to do that. All my textures come like uniform. Like for example, I'm gonna agree for it temporarily. Like all of my, I would just do this perpetually for the entire thing. It never occurs to me to
vary it up. Yeah.
intentionally use erratic texturing.
So I figured out erratic texturing because of music, and
It
rhyme
keeps
schemes.
saying looking more interesting.
So
with,
like a rhyme scheme that's 1 1 2
what's the
2
word I'm
3
looking
3
for?
4 4 gets
With
really
the-
boring.
Some level of differentiation.
So you mix it up a
rather than
little
having something be completely uniform, because complete uniformity does not occur in nature. It does not look good to the human eye. So having some symmetry to it, but also patterning and differentiation is just really
So
nice.
patterning, not uniformity.
Yeah.
So uniformity
can look good. Like if you look in my my storage room, it's very uniform in how I have things set up.
Right.
But it's it's not this massive wall that I'm working with. It's smaller little things. That's where you're gonna find good uniformity is in structure rather than patterns and textures.
Yeah. Boomy, you were saying something? Sorry.
Yeah. So it's also a good idea to mix uniformity with asymmetry. With the examples of the
there we go.
pyramid,
Why did I have you
for
muted?
example, the base structure of the pyramid is perfectly symmetrical quadratically. However, when you go inside, everything on the floor is going to be asymmetrical in a ton of different ways.
Yep.
So Matt, the
Constructed
entire time you
things
had
usually
Boomy
start.
muted.
Constructed things.
I don't know
usually
why I
start
had him
symmetrical.
muted. I'm sorry, man.
I
didn't even realize it
and
even
then
didn't
and then
call
they,
you
they
before.
lose symmetry.
Oh,
periodically.
I bet it was when you were when it was in the onboarding. I think you had like music playing or something, and I muted you for that.
Oh no, that was background noise, not music.
Yeah,
But yeah, I do
that's what it
remember.
was.
I do remember.
Because you were both talking at the same time, as if neither of you two could hear each other. I'm just like,
I could hear him. I
sorry,
kept
man.
stopping when he was talking. I just thought you were being kind of rude.
I'm
so sorry. I didn't
realize. No, because usually Matt is the one who stops talking when someone else is talking. So I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, Matt
I'm
just
Southern.
really
I
doesn't like
shut
me.
up when people are talking.
Matt just really hates me.
Oh, this fucking guy.
So, okay, so let's go back to your room really quickly, Matt. Your place.
Yep.
Because is Undulate Soda a current player? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I found his campsite. He had an obituary, so I could tell who it was, but he just has a random tiny camp in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that joined and only played for like 5 minutes and then never came back. I was expecting
I'm not
that.
surprised.
Yeah. So, okay. So back to this, for example. This would be my fountain, essentially.
Yeah.
This would be
But
the
like,
fountain.
see what I was saying about how everything isn't uniform? I have a general idea of a pattern with the types of colors that I'm using on these leaves that surround it, but there's no, I'm not following a straight pattern. I'm just kind of putting it down in a way that kind of creates an atmosphere.
So the colors are uniform.
Center, left, right, left.
No. There's almost
center,
a pattern to it just from how
right,
small it is,
right,
so there was a little bit of
left.
that, but yeah.
Well, I'm seeing a huge break in the pattern, though, is the thing.
Exactly,
It's almost deliberately not ordered.
Yeah.
Well, that's
it's
the
just
thing.
it was just so small that
it's
it
consistently
turned into a
inconsistent.
slight pattern.
Yeah,
exactly.
Or what else would be? I mean, obviously, like when it comes to any kind of like walkways and stuff, I feel like there's a measure of consistency to it. But
Yeah.
like,
well, I mean, you'll see that in something small like this, but if we go back up to like my pathways in my main base, there's the only conformity to it is that I'm using dirt paths, and the general structure of how I organize things is there. But
ooh, I
they're
love this
very
wallpapering.
kind of-
Although I
know, right? Just this, for example. Like, just doing
one
this
thing
to-
though, I don't like how the bars don't line up with each other. I feel like they should. Like the
What do you mean?
like the hole.
Oh, this?
They
Yeah,
don't
no.
they don't
I
align.
was playing around with
going
this.
left
This was
or
one of
right.
the first things I did for here, and I'll probably end up coming back to it at some point. But I don't like to come back to things. I like to have this and see, oh, this is where I started, and then I can come in and I can see, oh, this is where I am now. I like having that visual of how I've grown as a builder throughout even one larger build.
Right.
Do you guys accessorize while you build, or you accessorize after?
So
for example.
So I do piece by piece. So like with the temple, for example, I've built the temple, so now I'm going to go in and start accessorizing chunk. It's only because of the sheer amount of work that would go into the walls that I needed to do that all at once.
Oh yeah, for a mega build like that, I've never done a mega build like that. I always break my builds up into piecemeal. Like, my first thing was doing the map section. After that, I made sure that I had the full structure of the walkways. Then I looked at the staircases. Then I started looking at the actual storage facility aspect of it and doing each individual one. And then I've started, what I've been working on now is the actual little workrooms, I guess you could call them, at the end of a few of the hallways. Like the little workshop there, the fucking, the alchemy thing.
Oh, when it gets to the ceiling, by the way, how thick is the ceiling above you?
I have no idea.
Because just like swapping out the blocks, I feel like couldn't be a good ceiling. But if you added some
no, I'm not going to swap out.
Overlapping
what I plan to do is
arcs
like
and
I plan to do an inverse dome that in the center will then have a big, whatever it's called, chandelier that'll hang down. That's my plan. We'll see how it goes. But I know that I dug down at least 20 to 30 blocks from.
Oh yeah, this is more than enough space. There's a lot of space.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, and it wraps around. Yeah, no, you got plenty of space.
Oh yeah.
So I see now, like if because I was just simulating one of your pillars and your thing. So it's like you start with the shape of the pillar. Let's just say like this, for example, and then from then on, so you do this first, right?
Basically, yeah. I put down all the logs first.
Yeah, and then you start adding like, let's say if I want to do this type thing, like.
Yeah. This little arch thing that I do on all these is just a thing that I do a lot. It's a very simple arch kind of thing to do around these spruce logs that I think looks really nice, and it's very easily repeatable.
Wait, man, is this? Oh no, that's intentional. Oh, that's intentional, man. Like even this little thing right here is intentional. Like,
yeah.
So.
I do think that could go there. I think that could be flattened out. And it would still make sense because it is a different stair type.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I just kind of played with as I was placing them. I didn't have a specific plan exactly how I wanted this to look. I just kind of said, well, let's see what looks good.
That's another thing. Being willing to just destroy stuff and scrap it and do it again.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just when obviously when I'm looking at this, it's finished product, right?
This is not finished.
Yeah, but like. When I look at this, like stuff like this, I'm just like, oh, that's just how. Wait, whoa. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh, for some reason I thought you had a glass floor. And let's go to spawn actually.
No, it's terracotta.
Yo, these Umbran logs look so good. Do you have these saplings? Do you have saplings for Umbran logs?
Oh, please take them. I love Umbra. It's such a good wood type.
That
is
is
pretty.
so good. I've been thinking about how I would make the micro build in the fucking end section, but this looks so good and matches the color palette perfectly. Oh,
guys, come to spawn really quickly and come to the library.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess a good example of like a symmetrical build, or like, it's not erratic. It is structured, but like. So, yeah, this for example, like obviously he had like a spiral.
Oh god, the Appalachia logs too. Why are so many of these woods so good?
So look at look at what Squanky did on the floor.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the void fog effect. Yeah. That's gonna be
awesome.
a part. That's gonna be a part of the pyramid too. It's so good.
Oh no,
and you can do it in almost any color.
Oh, there's a break.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs to fix
he didn't actually make it deep enough either. You need to go 10 layers deep.
Wait, what are those? What are those things?
What are the lights? I don't have a silk touch, so I can't check. But they're a block. I think they're the lamp.
I got silk touch
from Better Light.
Black stone lamp. Oh.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those before. Cool.
Yeah, no, they work as wall lights, ceiling lights, and floor lights. I believe that is the floor light version.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Man,
Steal that
this
idea.
guy used a
That's another
banister,
thing about building.
a
Just steal
trapdoor,
ideas.
and a freaking like banister, trapdoor, and like wow.
Yeah.
That's.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh. Darkwood.
It's up here. Oh, okay. So Umbran. Wow, these Umbran planks look really nice.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the Umbran wood is so good.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, and the hellbark logs that are stripped. I don't
Oh
like the
my gosh,
hellbark
I can't-
log naturally, but the stripped version looks really nice.
Yeah.
He used the standing torch as the base of the chandelier, or
Yeah.
as the hook part of the chandelier.
Yeah.
How do you guys? These are all modded blocks. These people probably have not seen before. How did they?
You just
utilize
see
this so
something,
well?
you say, "Oh, hey, that kind of looks like that," and then you play with it, and then
Yeah,
you go
so
from there.
so
That's it.
let's say you're looking for something in a dark palette. Instead of just like using the blocks you're familiar with, you can go for say Blackstone, and then just hit U, and then hunt down all the different things it can make. Hey, it can make the Blackstone lamps. It can make Blackstone bridge supports. You can make Blackstone furnaces, which might be more fitting than the ones you're looking for. Although I don't think that's in this mod pack. Actually, now that I'm looking at it.
Wait, the floor is
We have
trapdoor.
coalstone furnaces.
The floor up here are trapdoors. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people will use slabs, but slabs are significantly thicker, so it looks worse from below. So you can look at a pile of trapdoors to figure out which one looks best.
Man.
You'll also notice that the banister on parts of it is outside the trapdoors, and on parts of
Yeah.
it is inside. I don't like the
I don't-
specific way they mixed it, but by manipulating that, you can also get some added depth.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs to. I wonder. I'm gonna. Is there oh shoot, we need extra Appalachia logs. Is there the oh, they have the whole version. They do have the whole version. Unless he wants the actual like rings to show from the bottom.
So if they want to cover that up, they also have options to put like blocks on there, either hanging off or like whatever else. I'm partial to a hopper leading into like a hanging lantern.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I've never done a hopper for that. I tend to fall into chains and.
Well,
stone
it
walls
would
and
need
stuff
to
like that.
cover the log part, so it has to be a full block.
Yeah.
So the hopper tracks.
Oh,
But yeah,
the
obviously
stripped
chains
version
are
of
common.
logs as well. Like I should learn how to like. I need to take a class. There has to be some kind of like college course or something.
So I can recommend you videos on color theory. As for like building, there are literally thousands of hours of building guides out there. You could.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm more of a. I learn better through mentorship, as in like someone instructing me and guiding me on how to do stuff. I'm not much of like a reader or like a video watcher person.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to help you out, man. I really am.
Oh yeah. Same.
Oh yeah, you finally got that. This is a convenient. The Ultra Corruption is basically an enchanting table that doesn't require books to get to 30.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I have an
Anyways.
infuser, so this is useless to me, but.
I have an enchanter and an infuser set up on either side.
I still
of
like
my
to use the
little
regular enchantment table. I think it's just more fun.
Oh, by the way, the fucking vanishing blocks, the reappearing blocks, the castle doors and everything, they look so good. And
They're so
for
helpful.
like magic stuff. The magenta castle door, the blue castle door, and the yellow castle door. I have all three, and they're just so good.
Come to Solmar, Matt, because they have a big vault door for that.
Okay.
So TP to me.
I can't believe you're sharing our secrets.
Ah, shut up. So this is basically like a piston door without requiring pistons.
Yeah, this is our item storage for we're communist here. So if it's here
Castle
and you belong to Solmar, you can use it.
Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah. Oh, Shimbius, have you actually seen the Grand Pyramid yet?
I don't think I have. No, not completely.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he saw you mining everything out. He hasn't seen the actual.
He hasn't actually
progress.
seen
Yeah, I
the
saw
build.
the
Yeah,
process, but I haven't actually seen.
yeah.
the
So
whole
it's
thing.
it's this way. Don't fly. It's a lot more impressive if you have to walk up on the giant thing.
Oh, I didn't even bring my elytra. They're sitting in like a chest somewhere, I think.
I thought this looked like a football stadium for some reason.
Oh, that way.
Yeah, you're going south.
Yeah, I saw him. I turned around.
Oh, that's one enchantment I don't have. Frostwalker.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be pretty helpful.
Yeah.
So let's.
Ooh, I love the walk up on it. Nice. Is it completed? Or are you
stairs
still
to
gonna
this?
build?
So the base structure is done. So I have added the walls. I have added the sunstone in the center. I need to replace the ring with lava stone blocks. You'll see that when you get in. And then I need to add the 4 biomes and the central void section. But the only biome that has significant progress is the end. Everything that has one of the shining obsidian in it is going to have the black void glass technique.
Oh, this what? I've never seen this block before.
Yeah, so I was looking at obsidian because of crying obsidian, and Divine RPG apparently has like 5 different kinds. I was looking for a replacement to sunstone since we don't have the block that's from, and that was the closest there was.
Wait, they have glittering sweeping. Wait, but that was Whooping. What?
It's
Wait,
just
Divine RPG has
it's
so
just
many good
it's just
blocks.
retextured. Yeah, no, Divine RPG has so many blocks.
Yeah,
It's so good.
You should try actually looking at them in the menu. Yeah.
Well, I know that like Divine RPG has, for example, the lamps. Oh my god.
The lamps are so good. I'm gonna be using
Lamps
gold
are
lamps
cheap, bro.
myself. A lot of the wood types are good. The mini bricks are useful as a supplement to deep slate because the deep slate tiles have a similar texture.
Yeah. They also have like the wall lamp, the fairy lights. So that's pretty cool for.
Yeah.
Fancy, what the hell's fancy wall?
I don't know.
There's a fancy wall. Oh, they have a checkerboard
Cell
block.
lamp. They have a checkerboard block? Oh, stained
checker.
glass. There's that. The different bridge blocks.
Stained glass is similar to the. I'm guessing it's similar to like the stain the what's it called, the what kind of terracotta again? The
glazed terracotta.
The glazed terracotta, yeah. Because I know stained glass has it has like the glazed terracotta looking look to it. Yeah. There's smooth glass, which is kind of redundant because we have smooth glass. Oh yeah, there's the different furnaces, like the cold stone furnace, molten furnace, ocean fire furnace even.
Yeah, all the different chests and portal frames and everything. I like the leaves. The divine leaves are super good for building purposes.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for a nation like Solmar that prizes gold so much.
Okay, so without overwhelming myself really quickly, so basically what you were pointing to before, Matt, is so start at a center point and build outwards. Don't start at an edge at a board, or
That's
don't
the way
make
that
the
I
board
do
and
things.
build
Yeah.
it.
Everyone has a different process, but that's how I do it, and that's how I like to recommend.
Yeah, so there's a few different methods, similar to like writing, how some people are pantsers and some people are planners and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm a writer, so I know that. I know what you mean about those.
Yeah. So in a similar vein, building is an art, so there are going to be different methods. In my case, I like having a frame, and then there's a lot of work to do in the frame, obviously. But now that I'm working on smaller things, I'll build a lot more like Shimithis. For instance, there's going to be a house structure, sort of like castle in one of these. I'm going to have my own custom-built nether fortress in one of these, stuff like that.
Oh, so you start with the end of the book, and then you work your way back, basically.
Well, I walk into it with an idea, right? And then I just figure out how I can implement that. The terrain is just giving me a box to play with. And it's also a suggestion. I will change the terrain if I need space.
Has anyone used the McCall's bridges?
I have used the macaw bridges as head back to Solmar.
Okay.
TPA here, Shimibius, TPA here, Vars.
Oh, I'm already here.
Oh. Someone messed this up. Okay.
Oh,
that's nice. I like
Oh.
that.
Oh, that's. I wonder if I should do this for my frames. Why can't I jump? Hello?
They're a block and a half high, and they're not
Oh
fences. There's a reason there's a gap back here.
Yeah.
This is also the entrance into our pit, where we got all of our corrupted shards. Yeah, that goes all the way down to bedrock.
I'm gonna check it out. You guys stay put.
Sure thing.
That sounds like a nightmare to go down the
Oh, I
water.
see strip mine.
Unless you have respiration, you will actually die before you get to the bottom.
Oh, I do. I have respiration too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We also have like 140 health, so there's that.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah. Oh, you might have also noticed inside the temple, you had resistance 5.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what the beacon's doing. The patron god of the Grand Pyramid is not the sun, despite that being the patron god of the nation. It is David, the immortal chicken.
Nice.
Yeah. He blesses us with immortality. Hey, Vars, you look like you fell. You took fall damage.
Yeah. Where's David?
David's still at spawn. I haven't kidnapped him yet.
Oh God, Enderman grieved the gumball machine. Oh yeah, Matt, say hi to the gumball machine. So even to build like this build is controlled chaos.
It is
looks so
extremely ugly.
erratic.
Yeah.
It was so erratic, but it works somehow.
It looks like the kind of thing that someone with no design sensibilities would actually build.
Dude,
Like,
It looks like
Appalachian
you
dirt
clearly
looks
had
cool.
the
It's
idea,
some fantasy stuff,
and
yeah.
it's just a little execution.
Yeah.
Could have been better is all, but yeah.
Oh yeah, the Eden lamp. The Eden lamp is such a. I love this block so much. It's a rainbow lamp. I love it.
Yeah. Actually, real quick, while I've got you here, I only have one small build to my name on the server so far, other than the vault, which you've already seen. I'm sure Vars has already seen it, but it's the house over here. It's not done because I ended up getting distracted building the Grand Pyramid, but you'll notice how this is completely asymmetrical, but the parts are symmetrical. In at least some extent.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, we put all the skulls from the Twilight bosses in here. In a disordered mess. And that's also where we keep our Twilight portal. But if you're looking at the house, the sections
quick
are all
question.
squares, but they're rectangles.
Just a quick question. Any reason why you opted for regular sandstone and not cut sandstone?
So I think cut sandstone doesn't stack very well. If you put cut sandstone as one horizontal layer, it can look good. But if you put a cut sandstone on top of a cut sandstone, it looks terrible.
Yeah, because it only has the top part. If it was like a symmetrical top and bottom line, then
Yeah, I actually have the cut sandstone right here, and you can look
yeah.
at it.
So like, yeah, I see what you mean. It's like that.
But whereas
top,
this
that
can look
stripe up top.
good,
Yeah.
but not on top of each other. Yeah. And that's informing a lot of the decisions that go into building.
So even making use of quote unquote messy blocks like sandstone can be done in a way that looks.
Yeah,
like,
so
that actually
smooth
fixes the build.
sandstone looks constructed, but regular sandstone makes it look either worn or reinforced, depending. If it was individual blocks that were replaced, it would just look like cracks. But since it's in a pillar formation, it looks like that's like denser in some capacity.
Yeah, that's like the. Again, it's the whole.
It's serving the same purpose that you would get from a build that used logs and wood.
Yeah.
The logs look like they're the structure that are reinforcing everything.
Whereas the wood
And
is
that's exactly
different.
what this regular
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
sandstone's doing here.
So like intent matters more than the block itself.
Absolutely. I mean, people use blocks wrong all the goddamn time. I'm especially partial to using furnaces as flooring.
Oh,
they look really good as flooring.
I mean, I know the basic, like the early, like elementary build pro tip is like if you're doing a wood ceiling, do it with workbenches because it looks just like a wood plank from the bottom. Like, I know like the basic stuff like that, but just everything I have, basically all of my builds looked like Dirt Bike's wool farm at Spawn.
So I feel like it would be a lot easier to teach you by doing. What's your current project?
Actually, you know what?
He's wanting to look at a farm right now.
Yeah, so you know what? I'll just bring you to my house.
Okay. My God, you're still eating food?
Wait.
No, I have almost 6,000 bread to go through. So.
No, I meant in the context that you don't have a backpack eating it for you.
Oh.
Oh no, I didn't feel like that. I'd rather just have more stacks. More stack tier upgrades.
Yeah, I have a backpack that holds all my extra tools and the like, all my fireworks and masks and buckets and shield and everything. And it also has the food upgrade, so it'll just feed me my chorus juice.
Oh my mother! I need a wait. Question: data packs. If you do data packs have to be given to everybody, or can they only just be given to the world?
So data packs can be server side.
Okay, because
some of
I'm turning off data packs
them
to
don't.
disable Enderman griefing.
Yeah, some of them don't work properly if they're only server side, but most of them will be fine.
Okay, because I'm sick and tired of ender spiders and Enderman like placing random blocks everywhere.
I mean, there's a game rule for that, but that would also affect creepers.
Yeah, that's mob griefing. That's why I do still want creepers to be a thing. But anyways, so over here, for example.
Yeah, this looks nice.
Like, well, that's fine. Or even for example, something like this. This build has texture variety to it. If not, maybe it's a little monotonous color wise, but it has texture. It looks.
The lamps. I really feel like they could have been a different color.
Oh really? Like,
yeah, maybe like blue or green of some kind.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like nice. This still has that manufactured look to it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
absolutely. This is a constructed space, but constructed spaces are fine. That's what most human spaces are.
Yeah, but like all of my spaces turn into this. I mean, this is a farm; it's not meant to be. But like all of these turn into constructed spaces. That's the problem. Like, so I'm trying to do something with this farm area, for example, which, like, we're at the original problem of like. Everything just turns into a square. Like, I'm gonna post in the SMP chat really quick. Like, basically, we were looking at a bunch of underground farm pictures and how like people were able to, if you take it for what it is, it's still like a square, right? But like even for example, the second screenshot I sent is very bare bones, very unrefined, but it has a variety to the way you go about the farm. You know what I mean? Like.
So if you look, it's a combination of a half circle and then an elevated horseshoe shape.
Yeah. Yep. So, like, this area now for space constraints, because if we go around, for example, we can't exactly expand any further than this. We might be able to have like a couple more blocks, but for space reasons, this is all we have to work with.
A bit.
So I don't actually think you need to expand. I think you need to shrink it in some sections. Obviously, don't make it a smaller square. But if you look at the first one, for example, you'll notice that there are chunks that stick in. There's that central hallway, some bits that go off to one side. There's a wall, and then it does it again. And then the ceiling is also thinner than the room. Right?
Which picture first or second one?
The first one.
First one, okay.
The second picture has a very underdeveloped outside the farm area, so there's so much work that could be done on that. But the first image looks amazing, and you could literally just adopt the shape as is, and it would look great. Obviously, don't just copy that, but like the principle absolutely holds true. If you want to make this space, this is supposed to be like a crop farm, right?
Right. And there are a lot of crops in this game because the Pam's harvest crop.
Right. My suggestion is to, first of all, is there a direction where you don't have anything?
We could
You
go
can go
this
out like
way, I
5 or
think.
10 blocks every direction, pretty much.
Right. Well, I'm asking if there's one where you could go like 100 blocks.
No. That's the thing. So I do plan to do.
Why did it hit me? I didn't look at it.
No, I do plan to do, like, for example, right now we are very close to the surface, but I do plan to build like the cave. I specifically chose this cave because it winds, like there are pathways that go everywhere underground, all the way to like deep slay level and stuff.
Okay.
So, and I want it to be all connected because again, I'm a huge fan of Ethos Lab, and I love his man cave so much.
Right.
Because it's just like everything connects to everything. So like even here, for example, like this thing loops around over to here, which is a pathway area that goes up back up there. The glass bridge, and like this loops around. Oh, stupid grass block. You come over here, for example, like this is gonna be my little potion room area and stuff. Like, anyways, so
Hey, wait.
I'm so proud of this. I know it's just a simple 3x3 piston door without a hole, without the center one, but I figured this out without any tutorial. I love it. Anyway, so
Do you want help getting the center block, or do you want to leave that clear?
No, I'm good. I like it. I like to be able to see through it. Now,
Okay.
like, come over to this, for example. Come to the tree farm. Again, like, now this isn't complete, I guess. It's not finished yet, but like, the boundaries of this tree farm. Is everyone lagging or?
No, I'm doing great.
I see Trevor jumping around a little bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's
That's because I'm using an elytra. It has to account for the fact I'm flying.
No, it's like you're
Like,
not
even when you were
moving in
walking.
60 FPS on our screen. You're like stuttering a bit. Anyways, so like this area, for example, is again, it's not like I could definitely improve on it. It's functional. This area's like functional as I finish with it. But like, and it is ultimately just to plant trees, so it doesn't have to be super like elaborate in terms of look. But this is all of my spaces. Like the only I'm trying to experiment with a couple more unique shapes. Follow me over here. Like my enchantment room, for example. It's this little pocket right here. Like it's. I mean, the shape is like it kind of juts out like this, in like little corners. But it's a Y shape. But like, just the issue is that it's still manufactured. All of this is manufactured. I don't
There's
know what.
nothing wrong with that. I think you're fixating on the idea of
Manufactured
it being
equals bad. It's not.
Yeah.
But even
like, would
if you look
call
at
my storage space natural instead of manufactured? No, that shit's manufactured as hell. That's fine.
But then why does it look so much more like? It has so much more personality to it. Or even
So
for example,
there's three things that I noticed that his build had that yours lacks. Okay, and feel free to correct me. Okay. Depth of ceiling. This thing does not. Now I recognize that Shimobius has a flat ceiling, but because there's so much stuff that reaches to the ceiling and blocks your view of the ceiling, it still looks like there's a depth of ceiling.
Yeah.
Step 2 is asymmetry. There is a lot of symmetrical things, but when the colors actually end up being fully in place, there's asymmetry. This has asymmetry, right? But then you're using all dungeon bookshelves. You're using all workshop bookshelves. There's like 50 kinds of bookshelves.
Not to mention all the different things that you can put in there. Like, look, I don't know if you looked at my little enchanting areas in my storage, but I put little armor stands in there. I put some of those empty bookshelves. I put little flower pots and barrels and things.
And
that I learned from a wizard tower I did a long time ago.
And the third thing
It's
is
just
going to
finding
be
those little things that break things up so that it's not all the same.
Yeah, there we go. That's the third thing I was going to say. Blank space. So take, for example, the wall immediately to the left and right of this room. What's on there? Nothing.
Oh yeah.
It looks like a shelf, right? That is what it resembles. What goes on shelves? Things.
Stuff.
But there's nothing there. What you could do, for example, is have an armor stand that is inside the wall because a piston pushed the block into place, and have stuff on those items. You could have it. Yeah, you could have a gap right there. Sorry, I disconnected. Where you put furnaces. It could be literally anything as long as it's not blank space.
Yeah. I forget where I remembered this, but I was watching something that mentioned when it comes to like artistic vision, where it's like if what you're looking at is uniform, it is difficult to focus on any one thing or effectively
Yes,
pay
you want
attention.
something that actually draws your eye, and then you want in art, you'll often want a line that carries it. You're not always going to get that in a Minecraft build in the same way.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, you want a line for your eye to follow in any photo you take, in any art piece that you're drawing or painting or anything like that. That's how you're going to create visual intrigue, is because you're going to set that line that your eye is going to follow to each individual aspect.
Because I forget what it was. I don't know if it was like an ADHD thing or whatever they mentioned, but it's like here's a now I understand this is like mostly a lot of this is like the room structure. I'm just another picture in the SMP.
Oh, yeah, I love this.
So
So
put something right here.
So I put the bold castle bricks.
Wow, I didn't.
And then you can put an armor stand or a flower pot or literally anything in that space,
wow,
and it'll look.
The castle brick actually works perfect for this room.
Yeah, it pairs well with quartz, pairs well with other castle brick, pairs well with glass, pairs well with smooth sandstone, and pairs well with black of any kind. And there's a lot of black in this game.
Right. Actually, hang on a second. If let's say, for example, or I'll probably do it later, but like the third picture we sent in the in this. So this is a square. It is a square, right? But there is a lot of extra stuff they added to capture the more like to make the space look more unique. For example, the hanging lanterns, the vines, even the random leaf blocks at the ceiling or whatnot. Like
the lanterns are all at different heights, which is relevant. They're not uniform.
So despite this being made with using a relatively simple material, honestly, just like early game material you can pick up and whatnot, it is so nice to look at because it's not all just uniform. Like I feel like when things become uniform, it becomes easy to zone out and not pay attention to stuff.
Yeah, that's why I really don't like the symmetry here. Particularly since these bookshelves look a lot worse than the dungeon bookshelves, because the dungeon bookshelves like have irregular textures. You can see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The workshop bookshelves have one texture. You didn't mix them with anything else, and it isn't even doing anything because you didn't put like an infuser here. This is an empty space that could be used for something. Say, those bookshelves you can actually fill manually. You could
canopy bookshelves.
Well, there's multiple kinds, but you could have those to store your enchantment books instead of putting them in this chest. For example,
that just seems so counterintuitive, though. It's like intentionally breaking symmetry, because like in nature, for example, symmetry is. What was the thing with nature? Like, why are things in
nature does not have a lot of symmetry.
So nature likes symmetry of exterior. It hates symmetry of interior because symmetry of interior is almost definitionally wasteful.
Yeah, like for example, like if you look at a leaf, just any leaf, the leaf is barring margin for error, it is meant to be symmetrical, right?
If you look at its circulatory system, it is completely asymmetrical.
It is entirely built around the idea of spreading out to as much surface area as possible, and that is not something you're going to get with symmetry.
It happens to be symmetrical to our eyes because we're on a macro scale, but that's just a consequence of the pattern of fractality.
Okay. Then, for example, let's just say my storage room over here, or like this is my center area. I did ignore the beetroot. I'm just trying to get red dye. Like this area, for example, like. I like this area. I don't know why. I enjoy this area, despite it being still very unrefined.
The huge pit in the ground looks really nice, actually.
Yeah,
I'm a
I
fan of this.
I love it's having a centerpiece like this is always the kind of thing that
This
I
is
like
this
in a lot
is
of
like
builds
this is like
in
the map
larger
room.
spaces.
I would actually get rid
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
fence and add the clear glass that he used for the map room. I think it would be way cooler if you could walk over the gap here.
Yeah, probably, but I also rely on this gap to get into this area because otherwise
Okay,
you have to loop
okay,
all the way
okay.
around this way. And, yeah. So, or maybe I'll replace the oak fence with like the banisters because that might be thinner.
No, no,
and
no,
not as
no, no.
bulky.
So let's say you still need to be able to get around. You have a space here that's currently unoccupied, and you have a space above that's currently unoccupied. Add a staircase.
Yeah.
Add a water elevator.
wait.
Add anything.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Or like maybe use this, like this area, for example. Wait, no, does this take into the furnace room? It does. Yeah. It does take into the furnace room. Okay, even the furnace
Well,
room,
you
for
got
example.
like 3 or 4 blocks to go with that.
Even the
Space
furnace
to
room,
work
for
with.
example. The furnace room is I
Well,
like
you,
this.
you, have, you,
I
have,
like it.
you have everything past the corner here, so that's still a lot of space.
Yeah, I like this
Oh, yeah.
the furnace room, but it's still, it's so perfectly symmetrical. Like I cannot escape this loop. Or this cycle. It's just. Well, I guess in the case of the furnace room, the symmetry is it's deliberate. Like it has to be.
So
like this,
so
because-
yeah, I do actually like the symmetry part for the furnaces.
The structure of the room itself is nice. The thing is that it's so empty. So the only thing you have is the symmetry here.
Yeah,
What you
so-
need to do is to have like some decorations and things like that that are going to break things up. You know, armor. Think what you would put in a
No.
armor stand,
No.
cauldron.
So armor stands and cauldrons are good, but you should have like a pile of raw ore here. You should have a
Yeah.
pile of smelted ore over here to imply the process of smelting it. You could have a cart that is helping you carry from one place to another. Think logistics.
So the symmetry would not be in the contents of the space, but rather that fact that this specific space in each corner is being used by something.
Well, again, going back to the temple, the frame is symmetrical. The contents are not. You have a lot of symmetrical frames and a lot of asymmetrical frames. For instance, if you come out here, this is symmetrical, but it cuts off halfway across the room and has a lot of asymmetry. So this is great. And then the beetroot has nothing over here to complement it. I don't know what's supposed to be here. Was this a furnace?
No. This is supposed to be just grass. I'm just.
Yeah, so that's
planting beetroot
more
and stuff.
asymmetry.
Yeah.
Even though the frame of the room is roughly symmetrical, the room is not symmetrical. There's things to look at and do.
Yeah.
When you walk into this room, there's 3 different identical centerpieces trying to draw your eye.
Right.
And nothing actually interesting.
Because, for example, what the most satisfying part of my cave base are the hallways.
I'm a huge fan of these hallways.
Yeah, like, the
same.
hallways because yes, I obviously I smooth it out for parts where I need them to be, but the fact that like they're all just winding around and everything, they walk in random direction, like. But then of course when I
Constant
actually start
changes in
making the
height and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But when I
that's
start making the
big.
functional rooms, is when I'm just like, I can't like. I can't do this, man.
Okay. So come back here. Come back here. Let me run through how I would remodel this room if I was doing it. Okay. Step 1. I'm going to isolate the 3 sections of the room to be different things. So this side will have like raw materials. This side will have finished materials and carts and stuff like that. And I'm actually going to make this section not work. I'm going to have lava pouring out. I'm going to have something wrong with the thing. Cracked bricks. All 3 of them are interesting, but when you walk into the room, your eyes aren't actually going to look at the ore blocks, the things on the sides. They're going to be drawn immediately to the damage at the back, the lava pouring out.
Oh, like as if an explosion happened.
Yeah, like or like the iron bars got melted by just the sheer power of your super furnaces. And to be honest,
like...
do you really need 3 like full super smelters?
No, you only need 1.
Yeah, I have 1 ultimate furnace, and that's all I use. I don't even have like a super smelter setup. I just have 2 obsidian barrels and an ultimate.
Simulating, or let's go back to Matt's base actually, because Matt does this phenomenally in the surface. You haven't seen his surface yet, right?
I don't believe. I looked at the door. I looked at the.
TK to Matt, really quick, Shinius.
Okay.
So, if you go to the actual surface of the base, it's so organic. Like,
yeah.
Like the usage of dirt path, and for example, like just everything around. Like now, this is what I'm talking. Like yes, the buildings obviously have a symmetrical. But like for example, just the way they wind and move about. Like his, what would you call it? The village? Or is it?
Sure.
Yeah, like the, like this feels like a natural, like a town that's been shaped by like
So
basically Shintoism. You know what Shintoism
I
is?
think that my ability to work around this type of stuff is my best strength in building, but that's simply because I say, all right, this is the field that I have to work with. I'm going to build within that, and I'm going to avoid terraforming as much as physically possible. And I'm going to find, okay, well, here's space that I can fit something here. What can I fit here? What can I fit here? And that's what I do. But that's entirely a thing that's built around, this is how I like to build. This is the type of way that I do it. I'm not going to do a mega build like with this type of mindset. And that's just entirely a personal thing, and I don't think that's something you need to specifically emulate. If you like it, you can try and do that type of stuff, but if it doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you, and you don't need to force something to operate in the way that doesn't work in your mind, I should say.
But the only way to grow as a builder is to force myself out of my usual, like, autopilot.
Yeah, like, put yourself out of your comfort zone, but
So just copying somebody is a way to get out of your comfort zone. But the thing is, there's so many different styles that look good. This top shelf reminds me a lot of like the Shire, Lord of the Rings type stuff.
Yeah.
And like the Lord of the Rings looks amazing, but it's not the only film that looks amazing. You know, you could copy Blade Runner. You could copy stuff from League of Legends cinematics. You could copy stuff from Ori and the Blind Forest. And because those things aren't in Minecraft already, when you copy them, unlike if you were copying his exact style, you have to interpret it. It's kind of like the turning live-action people into anime characters. If you're drawing them as an anime character, you have to take creative license. You have to. It's impossible not to.
Right.
And then that's how you develop your own style, is by forcing yourself to do
nodded your head in agreement like that.
Yeah, I've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, like, but, so, I think my biggest issue is synthesis. Like, I can easily replicate and emulate and, like, inspire off of a person's style, but I don't know how to just see an empty space and, like, figure something out on.
So that's fine if you don't have that skill yet, but you should be looking at references that aren't Minecraft. So, for example, with your forge, I would look up the Lord of the Rings forge for the dwarves and try to emulate some of the smaller builds in there. You know, with the giant the giant cauldrons and all that, and the, you know, the lava spouts and everything.
Exactly. Like for my greenhouses, for example, I specifically looked at real greenhouses. I didn't look at a single Minecraft greenhouse, or I think one of them probably showed up in the Google search, but I mostly looked at real greenhouses that I thought looked interesting and structured it off of that. Same with the beehive. That was these are entirely based on real greenhouses that I saw.
Yeah.
Given
you're underground, you can also look at actual underground things. When I was looking at your farm and you were asking questions, the thing that immediately popped into my head was hydroponics.
Oh yeah, like vertical crop farming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually saw that, didn't we, Matt? Like one of the sugarcane screenshots we saw. I mean, it was a very like, you know, uber mega optimal whatever. Like so
that was a redstone build. That was a redstone build.
Yeah. I'll post another one. It's like it looks like this, but like this is underground. I'm just like, but even then, this guy put a a unique shape to the build. Like it's very
the V's.
simple.
Yeah, it's not a wall. It's a V. Yeah.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or actually, even for example, like in this greenhouse right here, are these both the same?
Yeah, they're the exact same, but reversed.
Yeah.
In terms of the stairway and whatnot.
Yeah, I came in, I saw the symmetry of it, and but then my attention immediately turned to this wall right here, which is like, wait, this is not like the rest of the build.
Exactly.
And then, like, just making one section different in purpose and not making both of them just a unique, like a similar row of whatever. Like the fact that there are cocoa beans in here, I'm gonna take some. The fact
The
that
amount of brown dye I have used for all those chests and that storage facility, dude.
Yeah, like that. Like, man, I need to work on it. Or for example, the fact that like this is pumpkin and this is melon. Like,
yeah.
Or this is that's melon. This is pumpkin. I can't. Whatever. Anyways,
We get it. We get it. Yeah. So that's the big part of the asymmetry. Look at the barn houses. They have wheat hay bales on both sides, but the shapes are different.
Yeah.
Even things as minor as that are a lot of detail. My eye immediately went to the one on the
here.
left, not the one on
There's
the
a
right.
horse stable.
There, yeah, it
And then on the right
extends
side is the
past
cow.
on one side for both.
Yeah.
Even looking inside on the little shelves I have the same shelf at the top, but at the left and right, I've got different hay bales and flowers and things. That
This
create that
there.
little
Okay,
bit of
here we go.
placement.
This, for example, like this is. There's no rhyme or reason to this, but that in and of itself creates rhyme or reason. Is that we have the same type of blocks, but just the arrangement makes it look more like, it's as if it wasn't just done in a very like manufactured way. Like,
Well, yeah.
this,
Well,
for example.
really importantly, this looks lived in, because you'll notice all of the disorder is on the ground floor. The places that would be hard to reach, the chests and barrels above, are symmetrical, because no one with a flower pot is going to climb up there to put it there. That's a big part of what making things look lived in is.
Yeah, like
the
it's been
ground
lived in,
floor of
exactly.
most houses is going to have a lot more stuff than the second floor.
Right. Like Matt's builds all look very homey. My builds look they don't look homey at all.
Well, to be fair, you're using a
just a learned
cave.
thing.
You're using a cave. To make it look lived in, you're going to add a lot more like camping stuff. You're not going to add the same things that he's doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like I'm gonna actually briefly screen share. I'm gonna let's look at Ethos World Tour because I think I'm gonna screen share one second. So like I'm gonna turn on the screen share. Okay. Theater mode. Here we go. And then don't stream League. Let's stream YouTube. There you go. All right. How many of you guys see it?
Watch stream. Here, I gotta add this to OBS so they can.
Okay.
Add window capture.
Actually, can you see it by full screen or not?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I gotta remember to turn that off before I change the tab.
Yeah.
All right. Oh god, it's a 2-hour tour. Oh.
Yeah, it's like 10 years of like,
stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a huge
Even
fan of the
this
Kakashi
scenario-
skin.
Oh yeah, dude, yeah. Like it's let's see. Okay, so let's go back to his all right, so okay, the start here, for example, a starting entrance. Like there's a lamppost on the right side, not on the left side. There's the extra shrubbery on the left side. Like even like all right, we're gonna go in.
Well, you'll notice that it's not that there's not one on the left. He staggered them. So if he turns around,
exactly.
It's on the left, a couple blocks on the right, a couple blocks on the left, so on.
Just this alone, like wow.
Yeah. So that's the nature of organics. That's the huge benefit of building with vines and leaves and everything. It's really easy to make things look good just by adding depth. You
Like,
literally
even
just need depth.
Like for example, railings, the walls, the arching, the awnings, like everything. Like oh my goodness, like even like I guess I never thought to use like flower pots and stuff, or it was just to accessorize the thing. What the hell does an arm stand at? Like see here now from this point onward, like just so many things to catch your eye, right? Like I mean, now granted, I'm working towards doing something like this too. Now I understand that his pathways are very manufactured, right? Like as in.
They're very detailed is a better word.
Yeah, but they're detailed, but it's like they're very structured. There's a lot of structure to it. It's like well, actually no. Even I guess this section right here, that section right here, where the path like spreads out a little bit. It's not just a straight line.
Well, no. So that's not natural curving, that's the driveway function, which is different.
Entrance. Yeah.
Yeah, those are different. So curving naturally and the driveway function are not the same thing.
Oh, I see.
The driveway function is intended to tell you that there is something there to interact with. As opposed to if that wasn't there, it would be something to look at.
Yeah. So like, all right. So I'm guessing go with this. So like, now I believe the one advantage to his cave system is that it actually was an original cave system.
Yeah. See. So
the new
looking...
Caves and Cliffs update made it. It was good in some ways, bad in other ways. Like the caves can be very humongously vast, and they can be very tiny and narrow. Whereas like,
yeah. Well, no. If you can go back to the point where you paused, because I interrupted you, so that was the thing. But you'll notice there's no driveway function to the left, which implies that either that's not an entrance, which it is, or it's not an entrance you're expected to use frequently. That is the innate psychological profile of that.
Yeah.
You are not intended to turn left. Right. There is a thing there, and it is useful. That is an entrance, but you're not going there frequently. That's what that tells you, because the grass doesn't extend further left.
Like even though his main palette for like the main cave is just like oak wood and like that's it, and grass blocks, like he is able to do it. He employs it in such a way that just makes like everything so unique. You just want to go and check out everything. Like,
so I am noticing he is using more blocks than that, especially vines, different leaf types. Those are both very common introductions, and then flowers. He looks like he went around popping just flowers in every corner and edge he found. Oh, there was Podzol. Can't forget that.
Where?
On the left
oh,
there.
Right there. Yeah. Right there. Yep. So now I understand he didn't do this from the very beginning. Like he remodeled his cave a lot. Like he would go back after like 50 episodes and start putting in some interesting like he would just so so I understand it's a process, right? It's like a process. But what the hell is that pressure plate? But yeah, I understand it's a process. Like it's not just like I don't need to do a perfect shot on the first try. I work on it as we go along. But just like that's actually really cool too. Like leaf ceilings and stuff. Oh yeah, this is one of his first like redstone builds, but like even like for example, when you look at now I understand he did this on purpose for the sake of redstone and whatnot. Like there's just a variety in terms of like the texture of the structure. If that makes sense. It's all wood planks, but like the texture is like.
So he's using depth to simulate pillars. So that's all he's actually doing there. You could easily do the same with literally any block in the game.
Bad. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he has music in the walls. Okay.
Yeah. Like, just ages and ages and ages of just like him. Oh yeah. So like, obviously, these are like some older builds.
This is a bad looking room. I do not like that room.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm guessing it's because it's an older build. Like it's Etho also builds with a lot of redstone, so I'm guessing like he can't exactly change a lot of things around.
I do like the shulker box ceiling. I'm a fan of that.
I saw that. Those are shulkers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, also, I know, like...
So shulkers, because of all the different material shulkers we have, they can actually make for amazing ceiling, pillar, and texturing blocks.
Okay, but even like something like this, for example, the furnace room, I noticed like when you walk into it, like there's an entire section that isn't furnace. Like, oh, it's a window. It's a window, chests and stuff like that, and then he also just has like a completely random iron door on this side right here. Well, I mean that's just for the redstone and whatnot. But it's like even the furnace room that seemingly just that presumably looks bad, Ethos still makes it like somewhat attention. Like he
So that's called a feature wall. That's a thing in actual house design. That's not even just a Minecraft thing. That's a fully legitimate concept. It's a wall that doesn't necessarily serve a specific purpose. In fact, it's probably less useful than the other walls, but looks interesting. That's its main function.
I remember doing that when it came to like house, or I don't know if it was from interior decorating, or something like that. But like, because I know that's like another major theory when it comes to like Now, granted, this is uniform because like the lack of uniformity is the colors and whatnot. And again, like all of his builds have redstone into it, so it's meant to be like practical in certain. But so, what the hell?
Well, that's how he washes the wool into the system.
Oh, so that's intentional. Wow.
That's the collection mechanism.
Yeah. So like, let's get away from this area.
Ender pearl dispensing system.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
he also just has like nice little functionalities to the wall. Instead of just being wall, it's like a pocket where you can get ender pearls. It's like a pocket where you can dispense a speed potion. He has this. Like, what the hell?
That's the refill for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, it's like.
So if you're good at redstone mechanisms, you can do a lot with stuff like that. I'm partial to like secret door mechanisms and stuff like that, but
I
like
love
you can
a lot
do
of
so
little
much with redstone.
practicality things with redstone. Yeah. Myself.
But remember, he's doing micro builds, so you could just learn to do those things. If you could just come up with them, like there's already guides on the internet for it.
Yeah. So he spends a lot of time in the main area, obviously. Or so like come over here, for example. Like this is just like a singular looping point, I think. It's crazy that he has all of these aesthetically pleasing builds that are all functional with redstone and stuff. Like, man. Now, granted, I bet
Some
if
of them
I spend
are
10
and
years...
some of them aren't. Like that furnace room was not.
I'm seeing
the
a lot of
nicest.
things that aren't nice. He looks like he excels with organics. Like that seems to be his comfort zone and what he's good at.
Yeah.
And like he's really good at it. Full credit, that surface area, beautiful. But like this staircase, this looks terrible.
Well, again, because this was built like one of the earliest builds of this world. Like, I think
Completely
has,
irrelevant. There are cheap ways to make that look good.
Yeah, I guess. I wonder if Ito he's partially biased by like preservation, as in he's trying to preserve the old feel, or if he just can't be bothered to go back and fix it.
Probably a mix.
Well, you already mentioned he's going back and changing things. What I imagine he doesn't want to do is destroy things, but like changing what the stairs look like while keeping it the stairs, the auto stairs, like that should be within his parameters.
Yeah, I think he does retrofit. He definitely retrofits a couple builds. Like so he's progressively as the episodes progress, like the builds have gotten bigger and bigger. They become much more grand in size and scale. Like he used to do mini builds, but then as he got more popular and stuff like that, he would do like bigger scale builds.
So one cool micro build that he kind of hinted at but didn't actually do there is a button or lever that toggles a bunch of like crafting stations. So you hit the button and a stone cutter, a crafting table, a Fletcher's table, a cartographer's table, they all come out of the walls or like out of the floor or something. And then you hit it again and it goes back. Like that's pretty easy to build, looks cool, and allows you to fill what would otherwise be empty space, even though you're probably never going to use it, with something.
I see. Well, now you see why this world tour is like 2 hours long, because like
He just has
he's
so
done
much shit.
so much. Yeah,
Well,
he's
it
done so
looks
much.
like a lot of these aren't even practical builds, which should give you a good indication of what another problem with your space is. It kind of looks like everything is trying to be useful in Minecraft. One of my favorite things to build in Minecraft is like a big lumber station. There's no tools to process wood in Minecraft. I guess technically there's an axe.
Looks like one.
Yeah, I build what looks like a modern, real-world lumber mill.
Like a sawmill, basically.
Yeah, those look really good, but have nothing to do with Minecraft.
Oh yeah, he just built a jail cell.
For Jeff.
Like,
what's a Jeff
it was,
do?
It was a villager. It was a villager that like it was like one of the inside jokes where it's like it was a villager that just like, like, I stopped watching Ito actively starting like episode 290 or whatever. But like, man, this guy's God. Oh, he has a vine wall. That's cool. What the hell's this? Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh, you son of a gun. What? What? Wait, what?
Yeah, so there's a few different ways to do that. Importantly, when something is set on fire, it doesn't burn right away. You'll notice that it's swapping blocks. He's triggering the redstone mechanism with the burning diamond.
Oh,
and it'll catch the diamond. Probably in a hopper minecart. That's my guess. And then that triggers the mechanism to swap the block and reignite it. Yeah. It swaps from soul cell to nether.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow,
And it doesn't actually cost the diamond, he just has to like dig into the wall to get it back.
Yeah.
If he cares.
Oh. That's actually cool. Oh, actually, let's go back to, I'm gonna just go for, like, later on, again, the builds become a lot more elaborate if we go to, so he's gonna leave this area soon. Oh, wow, what the hell? Hang on. So, the benefit of a cave system is that you can branch off infinitely, right? Like,
Right.
you're not confined to a surface, like,
I
you
do
can just
not
go
like
forever.
that color palette. Oh, God.
No, that is really bad, yeah. So,
Something
I've talked about a lot is that the floor should almost always be darker than the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So you guys don't like this?
Yeah.
No, I think that looks ugly.
Yeah, so if they swapped it, it might be fine. But with the red brick on the outside of the sandstone, that does not look good.
A dark red with a bright orange is just generally not a very good.
No, they're not complementary. They're
combination
not
in that
contrasting. They're just bad.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, this
I also
build
don't
in
like this
particular-
room.
No, this build definitely seems much more uniformed. Like,
yeah. Well, that's not my problem with it. It is
Yeah.
oversaturation of red. Even the block, the terracotta there, that is in the red hue. It's just not, saturated. So basically, this entire room, other than the grass floor, is in some way red, and that just doesn't.
Blacks and
Doesn't work
grays
well.
will generally just kind of join in with whatever color you're using around them because
Yeah.
they're so neutral, so they don't actually provide any contrast.
actually,
in any build.
I'm not a fan of the walls. Like, other than
No,
the
they're
magma
really
blocks.
ugly.
And the
Besides
grass,
the
grass
magma
doesn't really fit in with everything else either. If I was doing this, I would have swapped out the grass for like Nylium, and then swapped out the terracotta for something more neutral.
No.
Where's he going next? Man, this guy just branches out everywhere.
I'm a huge fan of the bunker design. I actually had a bunker I built in Minecraft using modded blocks, stuff like that. But it was more like a Fallout shelter, like from the Fallout games, not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I get that, like, because Etho, like, new areas are just, like, it kind of breaks the... He doesn't keep it fully, congruent, I guess, or it does become a little bit inconsistent later on, but it's, like, just, like, the sheer scale at which, like, you could spend hours just touring this cave. Like...
Well, yeah, again, that's going to happen when you put hundreds upon hundreds of hours into it, because he's got, I think it's, 550 episodes. I don't even want to think about the number of hours he's put into this. Of course it's going to be expansive like that.
That's easily like 4,000 or 5,000 hours.
Yeah, no, this is, like, this was... He started this world... What was it? This was published 2020. This is 8 years. Or, no, 9 years on this world.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like, and then this is just as big. Like, he has stuff everywhere. Oh, so for example, another build that I saw this way. Where is it? Oh, that's cool. I should try maybe do like a river board walkway or whatever, like make an underground river.
So I would suggest replicating a lush cave. I imagine that was probably built before lush caves were a thing. But
yeah, this looks like an older area.
But yeah, make a
Alright,
lush
so
cave and then do that. This
area,
room
for example,
looks good, but I would still be swapping out the quartz. Not for like non-quartz, but smooth quartz.
From what quartz you said?
Back in that first section, the wall there with the redstone lamps. In between the pillars would be smooth quartz, not quartz blocks. I don't know why he did that.
Oh, Oh, as in like without the edges or like
Yeah,
stroke
the
around it.
capital I does not look good with the.
If that's been
with
going on
the
for
grid.
9 years, that might have been before smooth quartz was a thing, right?
Yeah, something tells me. I'm pretty sure this is a 1.6 build.
What
1.5?
wasn't smooth quartz in with once
No,
they
Smooth
added
Quartz was
pillar?
not in when
I
the 1.5
I thought it was in the same version as pillar though, and they have pillar.
Good question actually. Let me
Actually, yeah,
check.
probably. Now that I think about it.
Because yeah, quartz didn't originally have smooth, but I thought it was in the same version as pillar.
No, Quartz pillars came out when Quartz came in 1.5.
Okay.
Smooth Quartz block was introduced in. So it started out as seamless quartz, which was available as an unobtainable variant of the quartz double. But the actual smooth quartz came out in 1.14.
Oh my god, what? That's like 6 years.
So smooth quartz was available in the creative inventory since 1.13. But no, yeah. So this was a 1.5 build. I specifically remember this one.
Okay.
But
That makes sense then.
So let's see. I'm looking. So
I don't.
can't swap them out then,
This is extremely inefficient, though. That's another thing. He has the little redstone things to like auto add the different potion ingredients, but that's not how a super brewer should be constructed, and it just adds up space. Which I mean, he probably wants, but
cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fault on something like that. That's entirely a fun idea. I mean, that's how I built my brewery this week.
Actually, I guess Etho does have, like, he does have a couple constructed builds, a couple manufactured builds.
this is absolutely manufactured. Yeah, this whole space is
like,
yeah.
But he does his best to try to add a little bit more, like, life to it by either more texture, more so he either tries to add more texture, more like detailed. It's probably just detail. It might just be a detail thing. Like even so much as adding potted plants or like the enchantment room in Matt's world, Matt's space, having like an armor stand or like a variety in bookshelves or whatever. Just like I think even that just to break up the monotony.
It's a mix of everything. No one singular thing is going to give you the full effect that you want. It's all those little things that you do together that adds up in the long run.
No.
This is a cool. At least I think it's cool.
Yeah, again, he does really well with organics. Like this space
Yeah.
is all organic.
Like this. So
if you got rid of the plants, it would be an octagon, but it would look terrible if the plants weren't there. This space looks good entirely because of the organics.
So Etho manufactured this space. This was not like a cave part that just.
Well, it might have had a cave and then he just widened it. Is the this space is not naturally generating, but I could see him widening a cave to get this.
He's a big TNT guy. Like he would blow up TNT to just create space, and then he would build within the space.
No.
So I'm guessing That's why. The shapes are all uniform to a certain extent, but because of the sheer amount of like inconsistency and asymmetry to it, makes it look like it's not like an octagon or a excuse me, or like a square. Because like all of those builds are just giant squares, but he designs them in a way that makes it look like it isn't just a square in terms of like differences in variety, right?
So, no. Not all of his builds are squares. You can see this build. This is an octagon. This is an octagonal
You know what I
prism.
mean? Like it's a shape. It's a defined shape.
Everything can be a defined shape.
Yeah, but like they're complex shapes and simple shapes and everything in between. The potion room is a square, but it's a square with a bunch of lines in it, and it forms like a liminal space. Like that is not just a square room.
Right.
And it even has that corner offshoot towards the door and the little like water bottle stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Let's see a couple more examples because we could be here forever. I think where's this one? Oh, okay. What is this? Alright, so he comes in here. Now, this is obviously a natural cave system because like the walls are still cave walls and stuff.
You can do this intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had to terraform caves myself before.
Yeah.
It's
like,
not fun,
no, I
but
mean,
you
like,
can do it.
So it appears that like he had natural cave structure pathing and like grass pathing and whatnot, and or even he mixed up coarse dirt in there a little bit.
Yeah.
And like wood planks to make it
Yeah,
look like
it
it's a
hurt
deep
me
path.
actively when I heard you and whoever it was complaining about coarse dirt being disgusting and awful. I'm like, dude, coarse dirt's great.
So coarse dirt is bad if you're like using it like regular dirt. It is to show wear and tear. That is what is good at it.
Yeah,
It also is good at being mulch, but mulch is a very conditional block idea.
Yeah, I noticed like starting around 1.13, I would say the aquatic update, or even maybe a little bit earlier, like Minecraft started adding a lot of blocks that serve no purpose whatsoever except to just create variety in texture. For example, like diorite, andesite. Well, I know those came out earlier, but like diorite, andesite, and granite, those have no function other than just being decorative blocks. Like they added a lot of decorative blocks that I never thought to use in like, for again, like even Podzol, I never thought about it. But I also did notice like he wove in like a patio or just a decorative patio, either way. He wove in a man-made build with the natural, quote-unquote, naturality of the that he built here. Like, well, I think this is a village, right? Oh, it is a village. Or like a man-made village. Oh, well, that's... Yeah, it's like...
So I'm starting to see a lot more builds I'm not a fan of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like this room looks terrible. Not even just because like the
you're
redstone.
supposed to see this room. I think this room is supposed to just be like the back end stuff.
But yeah, like the villager school, what we saw, that wasn't a fan.
Yeah.
This
Well, actually,
that
hang on.
space looks bad.
Oh yeah, even just adding like, so I noticed like Etho also added like he just added crops.
Yeah.
Over here.
Carrots, potatoes, and a lot of other crops look good. Wheat doesn't just like appear randomly, and it doesn't cover enough of the farm block to fit everywhere. But you can put carrots and potatoes and beetroot like basically anywhere. Yeah.
Oh man, well, I'll have to collect all these blocks too, but.
So that's a big part of what I go on all these huge mining trips for. The vault has a whole dedicated chunk just for like all the blocks. I want all the flower types. I want all the wood types. I'm intending to build an orchard of all the trees. Because there's so many good blocks.
Man, you dedicated a column of chests for every single block under the sun, like. Not one chest of concrete. You have a chest of white concrete, purple concrete, like.
Oh yeah, I
Well,
mean that's
in the
more
case
than
of
anything,
concrete,
that's
I
just because
don't-
I think it looks really pretty to have the full rainbow going across on my storage
Oh,
area.
That
Where
part
I'm never
makes
gonna fill those storage chests.
That part makes sense. But at least in the case of what I'm doing, I'm probably not going to have dedicated chests for the concrete. The point of the drawers is to store whatever you do have. So I'm going to be making a lot of black concrete, for example, but I'm not going to be making pink, so there's not going to be a slot for pink unless someone else does it.
Yeah. Yep. So, this spot right here, this little pocket.
Yeah.
Something like this. Granted, there's a lot of functionality to it, which is why he has to conceal a lot of he has to try to hide the redstone. So, like, I can see why sometimes there might be some like weird block places and whatnot. But like this thing right here, this is a very simple 5 by 4 pocket of wall. That's just
Actually, no,
so-
it's 5 by 5. The trap door shows you what's behind it, so it's 5 by 5.
I see, but you get what I mean. It's like something as simple as like a pocket that I could be in any spot, even in like my main base, right, or my main vault area. There's like a pocket there. It's like this adds so much more life to an otherwise what would just be a wall.
Yeah. You just think of anything that you want or can make, and then put it somewhere.
Yep. So do you guys think as like a little bit of practice, for example, let's actually, so let me go ahead and, so where are we right now? We're in Matt's place.
We're in my place.
So let's go back to, let's go to his entry point, because I don't think, Boom, you saw his, the entrance into his underground part.
So I went out. So I did leave
So-
the...
All right, minor OCD thing, Matt, and obviously it's not going to be doable in the constraints of this. I am not a fan of how close the ceiling is when I come down.
Oh yeah, no, it's really
Yeah.
tight.
So, like, if we, for example, would take, is this one, right? Yeah. So
That one takes down to the storage. Yeah.
So, like, for example, I guess you guys would recommend that, like, let's say a
I haven't
hallway
built
that I
anything
have,
out here, but I'll
like,
do
one of
something
my
here,
many
yeah.
hallways in my cave. I should try to just pretty up one of the walls of the hallway. As like
Yeah, so for example,
Bring
with
up the
this...
wall, throw something in the corner. Or do
With
whatever
this,
you want with it, yeah.
because you already have a big map down there, it wouldn't make sense. But if this was my base, I would be putting the war room here. I would be putting the big table... I gave you those blocks!
Oh, those are for me. I thought I might magnet yoink them.
Yeah. I thought they looked good, and I wanted you to have them. But I would be putting a table here with a map, a bunch of chairs, maybe like a water cooler, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So, alright, so...
There's a
start with
kitchen,
bunch of
so
mini-
like a kitchen counter type stuff that would look like people have snacks lying around.
I don't remember what I think I had an
Some
idea what I wanted to build out
bookshelves.
there, but I'll figure that out later.
Maybe that's why I feel like Ethos Cave is just so elaborate, because he even takes small little, like, transitional points of, like, you know, hallways or whatever, and adds something nice to them.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's part of why I'm not a fan of the wallpapering here, because it could be a really interesting design itself. It could be attached to something, or it could be a mess. But the way it currently is, it doesn't line with itself, it doesn't do anything, and it's also ordered in a way that just isn't symmetrical or like layered.
Exactly.
Oh, maybe that's why I
have
like
not been a
this
fan
series.
of it since I built it up, but I decided, you know what?
Yeah, this is a great counterpoint to the staircase. He needed to have something opposite the staircase, and it had to be 1 block or 3 blocks wide because it needed to fit within this space. Waypoint, ender chest. Side note, you have a netherite ender chest? What do you even put in there?
It makes it larger.
Yeah, you can get a
I
large
literally
chest, right?
just put this in this morning. It was a regular ender chest.
So, like, for example, like, we just saw that pocket thing I talked about on the wall with Etho. Like, this is a pocket thing. in the
There's a
wall.
pocket thing. Yeah. But it could have been anything. It could have been an armor stand, could have been an auto smelter, could have been a chicken farm, could have been a painting.
Yeah, exactly.
So, would you guys say that it's also worth trying to add functional things without dedicating an entire room to it? Like, for example, Etho had a random ender pearl dispenser.
Doesn't even have to be
pocket.
functional. Doesn't have to be functional. Just has to be something that you don't already have.
Right. But, like, even for functionality, like, because I think another issue I have is that I feel like every functional thing needs its own room. But that doesn't have to be the room. Like, even this spot right here, for example, this spot right here could be, like, I go in here and it dispenses an entire thing of armor. And
Yeah, I plan to put things in most of these little corners here.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, for example, if I were to just have this as a blank wall, like,
Yeah,
this
that's what I
right
was
here
saying,
could be,
like-
Well, you're
like
a
an
little
automatic
limited
loot
on
farm.
space. You're a little limited on space because of the chests digging into slightly.
They only go 1 block deep.
Right, but the block
So,
immediately
my
behind
plans
it. So
eventually
you would not be able to use this. So you'd have a 3x3 space, not a 5 wide space to work with.
Well, these back up into just the rest of the cave system that has nothing to do with.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You would have a 3x3 space because if you dig 2 here, then you get the glowstone.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is my eventual plan is to have these link up to some different like automatic like farms and things, and I can make some dispensaries and whatnot.
So
at
here's the
these
thing.
areas for me.
I would not do that. I would not have it go this way. I would put a stair support going up here, delete this, and expand diagonally.
Oh yeah, no. I'm sure that I'll do a couple things like that. I don't want everything to be the same. I'm gonna play around with what I want to do, but I know the first things I want to do, like I said, are a couple farms and a couple of the corners.
Yeah,
like,
so that's
just little cactus and stuff like that.
That's another way to create variety, is by not having everything on the same axis. If you make a house and then turn it like 30 degrees, which it would be kind of hard to do by just imagining it, but you can go into like a creative world and then world edit it 30 degrees to the side. That can look really good, especially if you're putting a bunch of houses next to each other.
Matt, by the way, why is every chest brown?
Because that's what I have a lot of dyes of, and I think brown looks good.
I do like brown. I do like brown.
Yeah.
And why compact chests?
So that I can make them larger.
Yeah, they're double chests inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
if
you
you
were
look
only
at
gonna
some
be
of the
double
like,
chests.
they're not just double chests. If you look, you can expand them further. If you look at like my cobblestone and stuff like that I know that I'm gonna have a bajillion of, they're like 16 by 10.
Yeah, no, I know. This is max. Like the compact is maxed out. But I just wasn't sure if you were gonna keep them as a large chest, or if you were actually gonna just make them, or I guess on a case by case.
No, this is the size of storage is more functionality.
Well, again, you've also seen my vault. My vault uses the drawers to replicate the sort of item frame effect, and then at the end we have the barrels, which will contain a bigger variety of blocks. The barrels that contain all the flowers, the barrels that have all the redstone stuff. And importantly, when I stand right here, the chests at the back don't show up because they're entities.
Yeah.
Drawers are not entities, so they'll show up even when I'm further back.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the one thing that I have learned that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's a minor gripe.
No. Here's what you do. Disappearing door right here. Or painting door. Or vine door. Or literally anything that makes it so you don't see this until you're like on this staircase.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. If I was personally doing it, I would have a banister block along here and then vines going down. That's how I would do it.
Oh yeah, that'd probably be good.
A vine partition.
Or like, well, I mean, it's too late for this to scale this, but that also might explain why Etho makes a lot of piston doors, because, like, or maybe he does that especially to help you like transition from one color palette of blocks to another color palette of blocks.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of stuff, but I also think part of it just seems like he just likes to build redstone stuff. So.
Well, that's what he's known for. He's the redstone guy.
I'm a huge fan of redstone. But yeah, so there's a bunch of purposes for redstone doors and alike. But you actually hit 2 of them on the head. So congrats on that. He didn't seem to be using it a lot because his block palettes kind of just shifted in the middle of hallways.
Yeah.
But
well, no, he just had like a frame, I think, for some of them. But like like for example, his potion room, which was all wool floor and stuff like that. He had like a 3x3.
His potion room had 3 different kinds of doors.
What do you mean?
It had the iron door in one corner, an open doorway on one side, and a 3x3 piston door on the other.
Oh, he had no. I meant the first potion room he made, not like the super big one that you weren't a fan of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well, let me explain, because like you need to be actually obscuring in order to take advantage of the block palette change.
Right. Yeah. True.
I am not a fan of this coalstone slab here.
What?
Looking at his.
Yeah, I am not a fan of it either. I haven't changed anything yet.
I like the room itself, although not really the cobblestone back here for some reason.
Where?
Oh, yeah.
Behind the flower pot.
To change that.
Yeah, but see, even for example, this enchantment room, he adds some accessories to it.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Go grab a fur block before.
Yeah. There's a thing in game design that I've translated into other things. Let's say you're in a game that allows you to climb anywhere you want in the open world. Obviously, there's like a boundary to it. And in the middle of the world, there is a mountain. And you climb the mountain. And there's nothing there. That sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You put in 20 minutes to climb this mountain, and there's nothing up there. All they would need to do is put like a statue with some text up there. it doesn't need to be useful for anything, doesn't need to do anything, but that empty space needs to be filled.
Like, to essentially tap into the player's reward sense of curiosity. Easter eggs, if you...
Yeah. Well, that's part of how Easter eggs came about. It's not the original Easter egg wasn't like that, but a lot of Easter eggs came from that.
Well, yeah, the Easter eggs are, like... I still remember the one where it's like, for example, like in Paper Mario, you have to like hammer that one block in the desert like 100 times, and it gives you just an ultra shroom or whatever. It's like, it makes no sense, but it just works. Yeah. So I get. Oh, that might be it. Etho does have a lot of Easter eggs in his cave, I think.
Also, you'll notice that I've been using a lot of lore language when talking about things. That's important because it can give function to something that doesn't have function. The Grand Pyramid doesn't actually do anything, right?
Yeah.
I placed like 100,000 sandstone for effectively nothing.
Right.
But because I'm imagining it can do something, it has a purpose. And
like
then whenever... Like the jail cage.
In Etho's cave.
Yeah. Now that Jerry's not in it, or Jeff, now that Jeff's not in it, it doesn't serve a purpose, but it still exists as a memento to the idea of why it was created.
So like the history of the base, basically. Because Jeff was a villager NPC that I think Etho killed or whatever by accident. Like,
yeah. A lot of people give up hardcore worlds because they run out of things to do because they're thinking only practically.
Right. So sentimentality as well. I should think about it. Like, it's actually, if this is going to be a forever world, then adding, for example, this map region, which, I mean, there is a purpose to it. Does this update dynamically or no?
No. If I want to update it, I have to go pick up every single map.
Yeah. But like this right here would be a pretty, like, I guess, nice sentimental centerpiece. Like, maybe the first thing you
there's
built.
very little actual functionality to this.
Yeah.
The most functionality it serves is in terms of being a visual centerpiece.
So there's one thing you can do for sentimentality reasons that I would recommend, and that's to have a library of maps at different periods. So you create the map of like this of what your place looks like now, and then every like year you do it again.
Yep.
You don't
So
update
even
this map.
something-
You make another map.
So I'm guessing even, for example, like on 2B2T, where people put sign of like, I was here in this day or whatever, like...
Yeah. Your base may get obsidian casted by some sweaty nerd with a hacked client, but you're still a living part of the oldest server in Minecraft.
Exactly.
That obsidian cast of your base is proof that your base was there.
Right.
The worst thing
True.
a person
If we
can do
plan
to
on
you on
having this world for
2B2T is
years-
to destroy it.
Yeah.
To just delete it.
Yeah. Yep. I guess if I should think about this long term, like they're probably parts of like. I shouldn't think of everything to serve a purpose. I could just build something because I felt like building it. Like I could build a freaking. Yeah.
Well, I needed a elevator because I needed to grind corrupted. So what did I do? I made a fountain. It could have just been a hole in the floor, but I made a fountain.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize your fountain had something to it. That was just a fountain.
Find the fun and originality and vibes that you can within the functionality that you need to get.
And occasionally just build something that doesn't have any.
Yep.
Okay. Wow, this is very helpful. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Happy to help.
Oh yeah.
Also happy to get more specific, but that would require to actually see the build and
I'll start
do
with
it
a few
individually.
things. Like, give me because I'm basically free for the rest of the week. Because I'm done with my YouTube because January there's no point in uploading the first week of YouTube because you just don't get paid. Like the ad rate dead. So I have a lot of free time now. So I'm gonna try to commit a lot to building a lot more stuff. So yeah, and then I'm also gonna see if we can try to get some more stuff as spawn because. Maybe I should take a break from building a cave and maybe try my own build as spawn. I think that'd be cool. Whoa, someone's building something over here. What is this? Oh! Wait, that's awesome. You guys come spawn real quick.
What, the little target thing?
Yeah, someone built a bullseye target to spawn.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, Red
come on.
and them messing with it when I traded with them this morning.
Got it.
Gonna accept that TPA?
It's a spawn. We're at spawn.
Oh.
Oh, Dirt Bike made an archery range.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be building I mentioned building like a coliseum, and I'm gonna be putting like parkour in it too, stuff like that.
Where are you gonna? Oh, where do you want to make it? How big is it gonna be? Is it a mega build or?
I'm not done with the pyramid yet, so it's gonna wait regardless.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Actually, I guess like Dirt Bike, he built a pixel art for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's also probably advertising because you can see the sign. Let me.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't jump off
So,
the way there.
I need to.
The sign says "Dirt Bike built by Red_Dirt Bike."
Fair enough.
I'm actually a huge fan of the black glowstone lamps because they provide light without looking like a light block.
I did that actually. I did that. It was completely dark. It was black wool, I think. I just took the liberty of taking black glowstone and doing that. But yeah, the black glowstone lamp is cool because it's a light source without looking like a light source.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that. Now, obviously, you could just use a ferro flare lantern, and that's what I do with a lot of my builds.
But you can't control a ferro flare lantern.
Yeah, you can.
It indiscriminately puts down lights in a wide area.
You
and,
can
like,
destroy them.
Well, yeah, I guess. I suppose. But I don't know. I just use ferro flare lanterns if I need to light up an area just to light it up. Like I intentionally don't use ferro flare lanterns in my key because I want to add some more like ambiance to it later. I want to. Is David still up there?
So there is actually one more thing you can do, and that's use the lighting wand.
Oh yeah, we also have the lighting wand. We do have the lighting wand, yeah. But I still think it would be cool to get creative with the lighting wand. I actually added that more for myself as like a single player convenience because I just really didn't like having to.
Is this David?
You know. What's up?
Is this David?
No, David's up there. It's up there.
David's the glowing chicken, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I noticed a chicken and it wasn't name tag David, so I had to ask.
Okay. Well, anyways, thank you guys so much. Oh, also, Matt, I took the liberty of expanding the bridges a little bit.
Can I break the top glass so I can look at David?
Sure.
He wouldn't be able to get out because it's 1.5 blocks.
So yeah,
he has 1,000 health. Super David.
Oh, whoa. Wait, Matt, did you do this?
The immortal chicken.
Yeah.
Wait, did you do this, Matt?
What?
Or was this K2? Did K2 do this?
Huh? Oh no, I did that. Oh, he expanded it, but yeah, I built the initial bridge.
No, so K2 built the actual entrance. It's like, oh, that's cool. Now the question is, are there pillars under it? Like, should we add like pillars that go into the water or whatever?
Okay. See, another thing. The player heads. The adventure map thing, the one that spawns all the extra structures. There's so many good building heads out there. I've been collecting all of them.
No, I nabbed a bunch of them from one place.
Also banners. Check these out.
Oh. Did you draw this? Oh yeah, you can make your own banner, right? Like,
yeah. But like those are so good. Oh my god! Hey!
My bad.
Also,
I have to shift. To make sure. Oh.
You made that farmland. Here, okay.
I still need the banners bag.
Not in my inventory.
Not in my inventory. Oh, it might be K2. I see. So even K2, for example, thing of barrels over here, and then a thing of barrels over here, like, but they're not exactly the same. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like the barrels here are different.
Yep.
Or even this kitchen, for example. This kitchen is not uniform. This kitchen has like one section that's like, well, I mean that makes sense because of kitchens, but it's like the Oh, even like the potted brown mushroom, the sea pickle that you put here, like it's, or like this little campfire spot here, or this player head that looks like an elixir or like a potion jar. Looks like a jar. Sorry. Oh, that's awesome!
Yeah, the little light.
Man,
I
look
like
at
that
this.
little light. Well, these are
Yo,
very
boom,
nice.
check this out.
Oh,
Boom,
yeah,
check
there
this.
we
Come
go.
here. Come here. Oh, oops.
Oh my god, Mars!
I'm gonna take off my ring. Sorry. Take off my ring. Yo, boom, check this out. Come here, really quick. Just really quick. Look at this.
Wait, that one's not mine.
They made a towel rack.
That's not a towel rack. That's a
rack.
kitchen light. That's a kitchen light.
Or kitchen lamp, whatever. Like, but well, it could be both technically. Like, that's so clever. What the hell?
Yeah, that shows up on a lot of sci-fi builds as those ceiling lights.
Yeah.
Wait, end rods are light source?
Yeah. I don't think they're a full light source. I think they're like level 10 or something.
No, they're very.
Light. Oh, I didn't.
They're
I guess
bright.
Light source. I see.
I thought they were dim.
They're fairly dim, but he also just has a bunch of big lights around.
Yeah, he also has a freaking megatorch right here.
No, actually, no. An end rod is exactly a torch.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It is a torch. Also, let's. Yeah. That's anyways. So that's really cool.
Oh, that reminds me. By the way, in terms of food, bread is completely obsolete. You can legitimately just drink water.
What?
Yeah. If you put a water bucket into a recipe, you'll get 8 water. Water is 2 hunger, 4.5 saturation, and you get 8 of it.
Wait, fresh water is drinkable. What the hell? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. And it costs nothing. And using the sink formation he has right here, if you click on the cooking table, you can literally just make water. You don't even have to bother with the water bucket recipe. You can just click it over and over and over and over again.
These
and get
cooking
infinite
for
water.
Blockhead blocks have functions to them?
Yeah. Except the fridge. The fridge is just storage.
Yeah, but like, wait, these things actually, the kitchen cow. Oh, that's a drawer. Yeah. Oh, what the? So I can just get an unlimited amount of water.
Yeah, like you can get buckets of water and bottles of water out of this.
And then you can turn water into salt. Wait, is salt edible?
Salt is edible.
What the? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, no, like obviously when it comes to the cooking mod, there are a bunch of super cheap food items that are overpowered as hell. Like I'm having seed soup, which is just seeds, literally just seeds. But yeah, like I just want to say, like this is a cool build. I like it. I think you two definitely knows how to build. Like they definitely have building fundamentals.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. I do think they could do a little more block variety. The cobblestone on the walls is fine, but they also used cobblestone as part of the framing for their furniture. It should be one or the other, not both.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hitting me. Oh, it's a drowned with the trident. What the?
Oh, we're just at
Okay.
Solmar,
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, I don't think I
Anyways.
grabbed the teleport. Where's the teleport?
Anyways, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll let you know when I start trying a couple other builds and stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
All right. I'm gonna go eat dinner because wow, we were actually on call for how long were we calling for?
You were together for 2 hours. I was only here for like an hour.
That's crazy, bro. What the? All right, have a good one, guys.
Have a good one.
Yeah, that's the appropriate reaction. 100,000 sandstone, baby.
Jeez, I could not do that.
I do appreciate that. Casa del Sol, the house that you saw, at one point, I remember it being based off a YouTube tutorial. I don't know how much of it was, but like this pyramid,
Oh, yeah.
this is all me.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. Funny, you should mention that.
I assumed it was.
David. Oh, actually, that reminds me. A lot of the stuff for Solmar got put into a card game that I made. So like beyond just the music, like the Great Betrayal that I made, you know, that'll also be a permanent legacy of Solmar. I fucking love this place.
It is really nice. It is coming along super well. I love it.
The original Solmar was built at least halfway in creative mode, so it's hard to feel as much pride for it as I do for this.
Oh, yeah.
Like this is, amazing.
Yeah, building this in survival is crazy.
Yeah.
For sure.
Where the fuck is my bucket? There it is. I'm blind. Yeah. How close do I need to be to... I need to literally be inside the temple to get the resistance bonus. I'm a huge fan of that. The range is... That wasn't even planned. It is the doorway is the key to immortality.
That's funny.
Yeah. No, but it can be stolen. Want some? I have 3 colors. Oh, right. That's a feature of Rive. If you insta-break a block, it'll still mine the blocks you can't insta-break behind it.
Yep.
I've been using that to get like obsidian and stuff from the pillars. You need crying obsidian for anything? Oh, actually, by the way. That is a completely blast-proof block.
Oh.
That's also super hard to mine. And it's basically free. So it fits like your builds a lot more than mine because they're, you know, I'm in the middle of a fucking desert.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you wanted it.
I'll happily take some, yeah. I had not seen that before.
Yeah, it's Dead Rock from Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have more, but like if you really need it, you can go get some.
Oh yeah.
I also like the castle roof tile instead of terracotta, for the same reason, because it's blast proof. Like this is totally just terracotta though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, just like that is just that is just gray terracotta or black or whatever. Yeah.
Got a fuckload of wood on me. Some random prismarine stuff. Oh, right.
Oh yeah, the sandway stone. Yeah.
Yeah, because I cleared out the land outside that used to be here because Endermen were spawning and then teleporting in with blacks.
Yeah.
I'm eventually going to spawn-proof the land over there with mega torches because I don't want to just delete the whole village.
Oh yeah.
But I was able to get about 2/3 of the pyramid spawn-proof that way.
Nice.
Just getting rid of shit. What the fuck is this? There's some random stone sticking out over here.
Yeah.
There we go. But I'm curious what the hell I'm gonna do with these banners though, because I only have one of each.
Yeah.
For the sun and moon. I'm thinking it'll be something to do with the kings, because in the last version of Solmar, there was the Sun King Castillo, Salvador Castillo, and then he died in suspicious circumstances, and then we had the Moon King, Drachman Ilun. That was me. I was the Moon King. I killed the Sun King. Don't tell anybody.
Oh no.
No, unironically, the Sun King was a player who couldn't log in, so I just came up with a story reason for why he never showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You sound tired.
A little bit.
Do you happen to have a use for 15,000 saplings, by the way?
No.
God damn it! I have 15,000 saplings.
Jeez.
I can't even use them for like fuel or anything because like I have a full chest of coal blocks.
Yeah.
Whatever. I think I'm gonna call it a night though. It was nice talking with you, Matt. I'd be interested in working with each other for builds going forward because like you can tell I'm really good with like the macro stuff.
Yeah, macro is probably one of my weaker sides. Micro is where I feel like.
Yeah. So my girlfriend Mooney, she's also good at the micro. So she's usually the one who does like the interiors of, like my houses, but she's not active on the server. So
yeah. Hell yeah.
You know, I could certainly appreciate someone else. I could help you get the rest of your hearts or better armor and stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Hunt down blacks. You want to join Solmar?
I will be an ally of Solmar. I'm just kind of soloing it out because I don't know. If
you don't have to live in Solmar to be a Solmarian. But
I am a friend of Solmar.
But I do have to say though, there are no allies of Solmar. You are either of Solmar or a slave.
Jeez.
Don't look at me like that. I don't have my weapon out yet. There we go. You know, on guard, sir. You have to do about 2,000 damage to kill me. I believe in you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've got a fully stacked up Appalachia blade, so I'm not far off from a max level weapon. But yeah.
No, the main thing is the heart containers. You have to do my whole health bar 11 times, and then you have to separately get through 100 totems of undying.
Holy shit. I do not carry my Totems of Undying with me. They are sitting in a chest somewhere.
Well, I have like 1 billion lives. What the fuck is gonna kill me?
Yup.
The only thing that could kill me realistically is the Void, but I figured out how to not die to the Void. First of all, I have an Elytra and firework rockets. I have like 9 stacks of firework rockets. But if you trap me under the bedrock floor, I can also use a spearhook launcher to stick to the ceiling, which will make me not move, so I can teleport.
Yep.
Which is like the one way to kill you is to make it so you can't teleport.
Yep.
So like, yeah, I there's no risk of dying, so why shouldn't I just carry all of them with me?
Yeah, fair enough.
I carry all my old weapons, all the god apples, my ritual mask.
I just don't carry shit with me because I like a super tidy inventory.
I'm generally organized myself. It's just that okay, so I have one backpack filled with all my tools and food. One backpack that I fill with whatever junk I come across. And then one backpack that has all the things I get a lot of. So ores, building blocks, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It currently has endstone, smooth sandstone, both kinds of twilight logs, cut sandstone, the 1500 saplings I mentioned, crying obsidian, bold castle pillars, 1200 sticks, some planks, the castle roof tiles, the dead rock, all 3 of those doors, sand, smooth sandstone stairs and slabs, some wooden slabs, the yellow castle rune bricks, obsidian, my totems, which should probably be in the other one, but that one doesn't have stack upgrades, a waystone, the banners. So there's the 2 banners I showed you, and then also this banner.
Nice.
14 mega torches and 2 shining obsidian. Yeah. But like, if I needed more space for something and needed to be more organized, I just have more backpacks.
Oh, yeah. I don't care. I only carry the 1 at a time. The less inventories I have to jumble between and remember is the better.
Well, that's why I generally stick with the 3.
Yeah.
There's the one with all the shit I need to keep, the one with all the shit I need to use, and the one with shit I need to put in a chest. That's easy enough to keep track of, right?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I am going to call it a night.
Yeah, same.
But look forward to working with you more later.
Oh, definitely, man, for sure.
Goodbye. I like how I said goodbye as though leaving Minecraft would disconnect the call. Have a good night. And the same goes to you, anyone who happens to be watching my stream. Please enjoy your evening, rest well, and wake up hydrated because you were smart enough to drink before going to bed. Love you, and goodbye.